more CUD, which apparently is the thing I most want to play right now because I don't know, I'm just having fun. Let's go Nomad again. As the title suggests, we're going to immediately go over here to Burgeoning. You cause plants to spontaneously grow in an area, hindering your enemies. So I honestly thought that this was weak and like more likely to get you killed than anything else, but I've used it just like recently, like literally last stream, and it does did horrifyingly amazing things. But yeah, we're gonna let's gonna take tonic allergy because I don't really want to mess with the other effects. Plus, it's basically just mute. Tide dilation. It's a temporal fugue will use it against us. But burgeoning, I think a temporal fugue will sometimes kill us, but I just love it so much because being able to summon more of yourself is really nice. Um, Space Vortex, very powerful. I don't want to get any. Oh, not Mass Mind. Actually, oh, I always find this dangerous. I believe this raises your glimmer. Does it? Because I might Mass Mind. Cave. Now, let's actually just read up on this. Yeah, each level decreases the chance another Esper will steal your powers. Oh. I assume it can increase your glimmer, but it is also very powerful. We'll pick it up later. Light manipulation. Oh yeah, right. I didn't really have any points left. Light manipulation. It's a light source plus a weapon, which I've been using a lot of. But let's go over here to physical mutations because we're playing a whatchamacallit. And we're playing a hybrid mutant rather than a chimera or an esper. I like how I'm looking for a different thing to take, as if tonic allergy isn't the best one. Let's take Fick Fur just because it gives us some temperature resistances. Let's do my usual thing of just setting everything to basically where it only costs 1 point to increase. Or well, we'll be putting everything to 18, but we can't afford putting everything to 18, but we can put everything to 17 and then increase like 2 things. And that'll be intelligence and wisdom. Actually, instead of that, let's put toughness to 20, just so we're that little bit tougher. My name. But yeah, I didn't change my build too much from what I was playing a lot yesterday. But I really wanted to test out Burgeoning a bunch. Because when I had this at about rank 4, well, let's just use it right now. Burgeoning. So as you can see, we summon these creatures, and they're friendly. That means they'll fight for us. But you can summon plants that can move, and they will follow you. I basically had a swarm of sentient wall-crawling plants. Or, well, not sentient. That was kind of a mistake, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think. You're supposed to take the quest from him, but I think the quest might auto-complete regardless if you take it or not. One way or another, it's just a loss of a little XP. Which, I mean, will be fine. It's not like an important quest, like in part of a chain. It's just free experience. And honestly, we don't really need. But we'll get plenty of free experience throughout the game. Yeah, basically what I want to do. Okay, yeah, I already looked at this. I believe I already looked at this as well. And as customary, I will read out all of the randomly generated lore. Well, not the randomly generated books, because those are just like fever dream nightmares. In 3047 BR, Yef-Raram II appointed a corrupt administrator as Minister God. I wish they just said appointed a corrupt minister or a corrupt. Like it just corrupt administrator as a minister or a corrupt administrator as minister. Like it's just word salad. Of the electricians, Atakri, Tarki. God, I'm pronouncing this wrong. My nose is slightly stuffed up as well. Tarchi. Oh, my brain is so fried. Let's just skip over the word. Of Duva. He mandated the practice of watching sand shift through an hourglass in Yevram's II's name. Seriously? Kind of silly. Okay, let's it's over here. Let's go to Red Rock first, though. And immediately cast Burgeoning again. Here, we're essentially looking for very specific plants to be summoned. And as it goes up in level, right now it's capped at level 1 because of our level. But once our level starts raising up and our ego starts going up, it will slowly, like, automatically increasing. So, like, right now we get, like, a bunch of young ivory. There's this little, which is actually pretty powerful against you. There's this that can drain your water, which can end up dehydrating you. Okay. Some of them just like die and disappear. This is Planting and Harvest, Lurking Bath. Spiny mineral nodules are camouflaged against stone and chrome. This will explode when it's stepped on. That's a harvestable plant. Built-in lovers. Those will grab onto creatures that try to pass near us. Or, well, pass near them, not us. But there's a Livid Creeper that literally is just this insane powerhouse. See, these jilted lovers will actually fight for us. So they're actually... Okay, that's me stepping on that. I guess that's for demonstrative purposes. It explodes when it's stepped on, regardless of who steps on it. So never use Burgeoning centered on yourself, because you can end up on top of a plant that then proceeds to explode and kill you. Turn down the volume a little bit. Yeah. I'll grab acrobatics just so I don't die to seed splitters, which again you could summon with burgeoning. These things. Don't mind me, just gotta run away. Still gotta be careful in the early game because I am, despite my toughness being 20, I am still like likely to die if I do stupid stuff like this. Let's spawn. Okay, I'm gonna. Ooh, actually, I can just laze them. Summoning it. Basically, I'm just summoning it over and over in hopes. Yeah. Some things will disappear. Basically, when you see like everything disappear immediately, that's because it's a hidden plant. A lot of plants in this game hide themselves like these young. Look how many young ivories there are. These will definitely. Also, they give you experience when they kill stuff, so you can end up with just like a massive army of things. Now it's random if something will actually get hit by young ivory. It's a random chance, but if you step over it, like you can step over it and reveal it and it not kill you, but by the same token, it also can. I have a bit of a. Let me check to see if the stream is actually running. Okay, just want to make sure. Oh, but I just came back from a walk, so I'm a little bit. Oh god, I didn't mean to go up. I just killed these dread tubers. Let's once again summon them. See, speed spitting vine. That's basically a turret for us. These are really dangerous, feral laws, because they will summon enemies. They'll summon exploding creatures. So let me just run back. See these tumbling pots? They can blow up and hit you, but they're summoned by our allies. So, see, that killed the Snapjaw and a kudzu, and we got experience for it. So it's very, very much powerful. Also, I think they might be using that ability from their HP. Either that, or they exploded on top of them. The plants they summoned. Okay, see, these are just a massive tumble pods coming our way. Very dangerous. Be very, very careful. You don't get destroyed by Burgeoning. Burgeoning can kill you. That's why I never used it before. Because it would do things like this, like sending a just a hive mind, not a hive mind, but like just an absolute bevy of these explosive dudes, or just like plants that shock you if you step on them, basically resulting in you like just exploding. I think that's a friendly one, so we can sugary salt. Oh yeah, see, I walked into it. But once we get some HP, we'll be insulated from the random explosives. Oh, we have a legendary snapshot by the looks of it. Let's summon a dude and then run. What the heck was that? Oh, we've summoned a or no, it must have teleported itself. You can also summon plants that teleport people. You can summon like just every single plant in the game. This temporal fugue. There's our duplicate, and just have him do the work for us. Yeah, the reason we can see him through the fog of war is, or despite the fact that we don't have line of sight, is because he has a mental mutation and we have sense psychic, which allows us to see them. I'm actually going to raise up ego here so we can get a second level of all of our mental mutations. A lot of pressure in my ears from wearing these headphones. I'm actually going to take off my headphones because it's not like there's any. It's not like there's too much like to listen to in the game aside from this noises that can warn you of threats. Yeah, we killed it. Oh, probably should have read it. But yeah, we killed him. And painted staff. Yeah, we already read that multiple times. In fact, we've already read it before in this playthrough. Apparently, that's why it didn't pop anything up. This is Wonder Brush. It can uh, it can teleport you if you step on it. Fortunately, it isn't. This is, I believe, this is from our thing because it's friendly to us. Any plant that's friendly to you is probably due to burgeoning. Uh, these will these will shock you if you step on them. This is already explained. You've probably seen plenty, but basically we're spreading just like friendly. Okay, these dread troopers are enemies. We'll get rid of them and pick up their tubers. Oh, the spawns. I thought those were. But yeah, burgeoning is deceptively powerful for what I've learned because once you get it up to like level 4, it can start summoning things that will stick around. Like they will follow you. Okay, we've already seen that before. Some graffiti on the wall. Usually it's mindless jargon or like excerpts from books. That's what you get from graffiti. This is actually a rare spawn. I really hope the blood didn't contaminate the water. Okay, so oh god. Why did I pick this up? Catch basin. Pour into another container. Yes, would you mind pouring this water into an actual water skin? Yeah, there's bloody brackish water and bloody brackish water, so I might have messed up pretty bad. By letting that guy bleed all over what is essentially money. Also, probably shouldn't be doing this. I'm actually going to sprint back out. And then let's burgeon in the path. Yeah, so this is, again, those do a little bit of damage, but they mostly, their biggest power is draining water, which I don't know if you can starve or thirst your enemies to death, but you can certainly try. Sorry, I need to drink some water. I say as most of the water goes down my shirt. Now then in my mouth, man. I think no wax in my ears needs cleaning. I think that's why my ears hurt so much. Sorry. But yeah, we'll see a lot of random plants in this game just by courtesy. Yeah, I keep summoning it, hoping that I'm gonna get a Livid Creeper, but it's probably not happening anytime soon. I'm actually gonna wait for Burgeoning to come back, and I'm going to test something. I want to see how Temporal Fugue works with it. So, at least allied to me. Yeah, they appear allied to me. Whoa, bunch of kudzu. Kudzu cannot be moved. Yeah, because they're normally on walls. Oh yeah, so our Temporal Fugue can summon plants that are allied to us, which is quite important. Are you enemy to me now? Oh, I think they were like dormant for some reason. Excuse me. Oh, I don't even think they. Oh no, the thirst. Is that the thirst pistol shooting? Maybe they only attack. I don't know. You know, yonder brush is usually hidden. So, and I stepped, like I said, I stepped on the Volta aloe, the aloe Volta rather, and it shocked me. It's very dangerous burgeoning, but it can be used to good effect. This is a shrine. While visiting an obscure tavern, Guile Shior met with a group of cooks and commissioned a feast that evoked the presence of an unfamiliar. He named it Bedroloka. I really hope I'm not going to get an artifact of bedroll because I don't think that's that would do anything. Let's look at some of these artifacts. Poison grenade, electric hand axe. Nothing too special. Okay then. Let's use Burgeoning on this water. Let's see what we can get. But yeah. But just for the record, you want whenever you use Temporal Fugue, what you want to do is have all your cooldowns prepared, because then they can utilize cooldowns, or they can utilize your abilities that are off cooldown. Basically, it's a clone of who you are the moment you use it. So if you have, like, if you clone yourself and then you pick something up, the clone won't have it. But if you had something equipped and then clone yourself, then your clone will get it. Oh, I need lash charges. Otherwise I can't see. There we go. Apparently this guy can see me through the fog of war just as much as I can. But yeah, I recommend whenever you have AoE, I recommend you avoid your, I don't think their Burgeoning actually goes hostile. Like, I don't think they aggro right, unless they're being the ones attacked. I believe it protects whoever their summoner is if they're attacked, but not anything else. Yeah, I might die here. Yeah, this dude's faster than me, and also he's being chased by explosives. Just gonna quickly, yeah. But we can see him through the fog of war wherever he is. Yeah, I think the problem is that my summons killed this thing. One starry night, a babe was found huddled. Oh, Seth. Its mouth full of circuits by a group of Beetles in Red Rock. They took him into their fold and fostered him, and he became known as Seth, coiled lamb of Beetles. Oh, that's a priest of his lord that I've never seen before. Like, I mean, like, actually, I've never seen that. Personally, I've never seen that. Not that my character hasn't. Oh yeah, my character also hasn't. Oh god, why did I pick up the chest? Back down, please. Apparently I have a gun. Yeah, no slugs to put in the gun. Someone Burgeoning behind these guys. Thistles could hypothetically be attacking things, but it must not be a point for them to attack, so they're just not attacking. But it really comes into play once it gets just a little bit higher than what it is now. Two more levels, and that's when I started seeing Livid Creepers, which are pretty dangerous. Like, they spawn in like the ruins sort of area. Oh, we found Gershling. Draw them back so oh my god, I got 4 seed spitters. Yeah, they're just gonna get chewed up. Alright. Apparently my kudzu, because they're allied to me, they gain levels too. It's funny. Plants with levels. But normally, burgeoning plants, like, well, I mean, they're plants, they're kind of stuck to the ground. But if you get a plant that can follow you, it will follow you. I don't know if they'll follow you if you travel over the world map, but they have followed me with past screens, so I could just like summon like 30 different plants, and Specifically the Livid Creepers which can move along walls, will follow you. And they will, if there's no walls, they will not spawn. But then you walk up to any wall, and they will just like spontaneously just like erupt from that wall, and it was very scary because I didn't realize they were following me. So I just thought they were like jilted lovers or something. And I'm like, no, these are friendly Livid Creepers following me around. And I was like, I didn't know those could even spawn. But they can. That's why I like Burgeoning now. Yes, I'm gonna take Spinneret because it's a physical mutation. And now it's not a good physical mutation, but like it's not good to level up, but it does prevent me from getting stuck in webs, which is useful. It's useful passive ability. Plus, I really don't want to give my temporal fugue options to hit me. I'll probably switch back to my usual psychic build after like one time, but Burgeoning is pretty sweet. Might have always seen it good, but like this is the first time I've ever seen it be this good. Oh, my back. I just thought about it. If he tried, is this hostile to me? It is. Oh god, this is the main problem with this is the main problem with Burgeoning is sometimes the enemies will go hostile. And I forgot they could even go hostile, but yes, they can. Which is why you want to increase your reputation with plants as high as possible. I believe they're called the Consortium of Paita. Go over here. Yeah, Consortium of Paita. But the consortium doesn't care about you, but aggressive members will attack you. So basically, you want to raise this as high as it'll go. So all plants are passive to you. So when your plants inevitably go hostile to you, they won't. They will just treat you as if you're just their friend rather than like going out of the way to die for you. So right, I'm Archives. Artist now, so I can rob his stuff. Let me actually check to see something. Let's go to the stilt and see if I get experience despite not having the quest. We'll check the ruins. It might kill me. Yeah, let's just go. Put on my mat and then. Here. Okay, so you need the quest to get the free experience. Fair enough. So I shouldn't have killed that guy so quick. I shouldn't have been so quick to kill the zealot. The reason I kill him is just because he's free experience in the early game, and he gives you a book that's worth a lot of money. 500,000. This guy takes secrets of the pre-generated character, or the pre-generated lore character, like that's in every single game. Instead of everything else that's randomly generated. Basically doesn't max out cooking, because cooking is very powerful in this game. I'll go over to this. Preserve my exotic foods and prepare my fresh foods. Let's combine these two things. Now whenever I become afraid, I heal for 15 to 20. Which isn't much, but hypothetically could do a lot if I had a reliable way. Okay. our librarian is now a two-headed pig. The librarian is all random race every single time, which is sometimes extremely hilarious. Yeah, our anti-mutations and all that too. Next time we get a attribute point, everything will be at level 3, which I want actually, in fact, just to play around with it. I want to rank up Burgeoning like with my actual points, which is usually a waste for mental mutations because you can just like let it like naturally level up. So these are still Joseph lovers. Okay, yeah, this is a good. Might be where I die. Yeah, emulated. Yeah, I'm gonna change the stream title. So just put it back to my title I have whenever I play psychic characters. Back to Nomad. Let's go my usual route. So I can eventually end up with like most, if not all, the mutations in the game. Light manipulation, Sundermind, temporal fugue, sense psychic, mental mirror. Well, yeah, put these down. So. Let's do what I was doing last time and just put everything here and then put this as high as it'll go with my remaining points. So at level 2, basically your mutations are capped by your level. So level 1, it won't matter that my egos would be increasing my yeah, see. This mutation rank is capped at 1 to 2 levels, so oh, 2 artifacts. That means archival. I need to sprint to grab this guy and get him. Oh, sorry. Go over to Mamet. Okay, get the quest. Let's attempt to identify these things. Yeah, there's grenades. Dan, do you have anything I would really want? Weird artifact that's way too expensive for my blood. Yeah. I'm just playing more CUD for now. I might switch it up because I'm eventually gonna get burnt out on this game if I just keep playing it like this. But while visiting an obscure shop in the Fates worshipping province of Akash, I desert Tafa with a group of tinkerers, commissioned an artifact that evoked the presence of a faithful vessel of the Fates. She called it Vessel's Joy. Okay, is that the actual relic that I can go grab? No. It's just a place. And a weird artifact I can't really do much with. Tam doesn't have anything useful for me right now. Yeah, if Burgeoning comes up, I will grab it. But I don't want to start with it because it's not as reliable when it's low level. And I only want to get... I want to slowly build up my ego. Despite the fact that I'm not too afraid of psychic assassins because apparently they can just die to like individual snapjaws, as we've seen. But yeah, get acrobatics just so I can Dodge range attacks. And I believe that's everything. Oh, there's torches in here. But I should probably unequip the torch that I have in my inventory. Because I have light manipulation. Look at this. Yeah. On a such day, a babe was found swaddled with a dominant right iron gauntlet. Dominant iron gauntlet in each hand by a group of antelopes in the mirror-worshipping province of Shukuk. Shukuk? I don't know how to pronounce the KH sound at the end of a word. They took her into their fold and fostered her. She became known as Yashir II, potent heir of antelopes. Yeah, that gives us a location. She's right over here, apparently. I'm actually gonna make a, like I did yesterday, I'm gonna make a mad dash for 6 days still. I definitely don't want to be surrounded by those guys. Run. Yeah, they didn't chase me. But yeah, just level up. Yeah, based on its qualities and the blue. Choose up her disciple of the coil. Damage rate. Best. Okay. But yeah, it's a very easy way to get a bunch of levels. And then I will raise my intelligence. My intelligence. Get everything up to basically the same number. Well, not same number, but like basically I like to spread out my stats. Because everything is useful in this game. Part of me wants to get that done, but I just want to raise my my dodge value. With that wall to steal some fresh water. Share 2 secrets. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't rapidly evolve. Basically, when it says rapidly evolve, it means it'll give you a few free points into your physical mutations, or well, one specific physical mutation. But if you don't have anything, it can't give you anything. Yeah, you have no physical mutations to rapidly advance, so we basically lose out. But it's fine. It's absolutely okay. Let's grab chef and butchery. I have just this book. So yeah, now, like I said before, the librarian's different each and every time. Let's now we have a few levels under our belt. Let's run back to Red Rock. Actually, let's go to this ruin first. I'm interested what might be in it, and it might kill me, which would save me the hassle of. It would save me dying here and then going somewhere else to then die here, anyways. Can't wait when there's somebody hostile envision the game won't let you. Yeah, the Salamanders are docile, but they will fight me if I fight any of their faction members. Which is currently just about every enemy in this area. Am I gonna die from? Yeah. Oh God. I wasn't paying attention. Actually, I think. Let me look. Let me look at what I could play. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep playing fast. Not fast. I'm gonna keep playing CUD despite the fact that it keeps murdering me. I'm actually gonna look to change things up a bit. So I want a physical mutation. Actually, I'm gonna start with regenerate. Because it can. remove some stuff. I'll take this. Basically, I won't be able to start with one of the mutations I start with normally. But I really want Mental Mirror and Sense Psychic. I have 5 points left. So I usually have Sundermind. Okay, well, so basically I can't take Sundermind, which is okay. But now I will be a Psychic that is quite hard to kill. But yeah, I will put 20 in Toughness and 18 in the Wisdom. Wisdom and Toughness determine how fast you can heal. So Toughness and Wisdom will basically cause, because what Regenerate does is that it makes it so you regenerate the same rate in combat as you would out of combat, which can be insanely powerful. You know, I can reroll mutations. And it can also remove diseases as they're beginning to start. They can remove fungal infestations before they sprout, and that sort of thing. Which is, considering I like to avoid getting infected, it very much helps. Yeah, I like Sundermind, which is gonna be a bit of a crappy trade-off, but in the end, it's worth it because it's nice to have one physique mutation so you can rapidly advance it. Because there we lost like 3 or 4 free mutation points. I'm gonna try to look at these just so I know them for future reference, and then give them to this guy. So he'll live me up once. And let me take his stuff. Oh. It's probably the crappiest Archives 2 chests have ever been for me. Let me go over to Tam, and then I'm just gonna do my usual run to the 6th day. Still. I'm gonna give this guy all my torches because I don't need them. Give him all these crappy weapons. The short bow that I'll never use. Let's actually wear the wide room hat. And with this other torch, I'll keep it around though. Sorry if I sound like I'm sick. It's just because I went for a walk and it's pretty cold outside today, so that made me feel a bit sick. One auspicious day, a babe was found swaddled with an icy snowflake in each hand by a group of equines in Shuramish. They took her in their fold and fostered her, and she became known as Polymasp the Fourth, I believe. I believe VI would be 6, and IV is 4. The wintry lamb of equines. I don't know Roman numerals very well, or not Roman numerals. Is it Roman numerals? I don't know. I don't know my whatever they call them, numerals. Honestly, I much prefer just regular 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 rather than that shit. Deep in the wilds of Astronomer's precinct of Amu, Polymath II stumbled upon a clan of crabs performing a secret ritual. Because of his time-worn visage, they fiercely rebuked him. They were just so mad because of the way that it looked. And declared him a villain. He basically got ostracized because he's got like he gave him the stink eye. And like just I think there's a little bit of a over sorry, I'm trying to survive here. Oh god. That's a bit of an overreaction to what I was gonna say. Or overreaction, not overreaction. But yeah, definitely his visage. What was so bad about his visage? Alright, just wandering around in the dark. How's this guy looking? He's wounded? Badly wounded. Gotta back away so I can get my leg back. Okay, he's just injured now, but I'm now 2 guys. And I won. But yeah. Oh right, I was trying to get to the stilt, and then I got lost. Oh, I take a weird artifact. Nice. Another weird artifact. Being of all the random artifacts. Oh, another snapjaw. Oh, there's a legendary one over there. I should retreat and get my my fugue back. Oh god, there's a bunch of snapjaws. Well, I guess I'll use my temporal fugue here just so I can survive. Like we said before, I don't need to invest in ego because I'll eventually end up with all the ego I ever need. So I'll put a point into intelligence so I can get more stuff. Take butchery before Spicer just so I can. Just so I can get more food faster. So I'll just Berkey and Sturgeon, bear jerky. Oh, nice. Oh, I looked away for 2 seconds and I was entering fisticuffs with a brute. But apparently it doesn't matter which one of these I wear. Both the same. Oh right, yeah. I totally forgot what was over here. Which is to say, a lot of snapjaws. Oh god, I just hit my own. I keep hitting my own dude. I think he might be trying to hit himself. Yeah, he basically he stopped acting because he was the target, and he was like, "Well, how do I hit myself?" There we go. Now he's seeking and destroying. You only really have lays as my method of attack. Guys loved by Snapjaws, hated by the Hindran of Bela, questioning the origin of the moon, hated. Okay, so he's aside from Snapjaws, which I don't really care what Snapjaws think of me. Whoa, my face was dismembered. Is he using an axe? He's using a battle axe and an iron sword, so this guy has some dangerous skills. So, I gotta be careful. Holy shit, he just summoned like a bunch of dudes. Yeah, I gotta back up. Sinoble. I think that means regenerate them. I think that's the achievement for regenerating them. I don't know how to pronounce it. That's what I did to get the achievement, so that must be what it was. Oh, okay. One game, just aim at the right one. So basically, I'm avoiding this guy so he doesn't like take off one of my legs. But I'm actually gonna get 2 achievements at once. Because this is an achievement for putting on your own face, which is weird, but also free achievement. Now there's 2 of me versus 1 of you. Basically, you can do like the dance. Yeah, I'm just gonna. This guy's HP at like now. It's still way too high for me to fight him. I really don't have like a big damage dealing ability. But yeah, see, my severed face. Equip to my face. To thine own self be true. Wear your own face. That's that achievement down. Basically just, but yeah, now I have +1 ego, because I am wearing a face. You get more stuff based on how powerful the creature was that whose face you took. But for now, because I'm level 3, I'm not exactly going to get a world of value out of my own face. But who knows? Maybe it'll retroactively go up as I become stronger. I have no way of knowing. Yeah, I can really go down to dangerous levels of HP because of Regenerate, and then just like come immediately back. He's still injured, and I'm perfectly healthy. Shouldn't really be getting up in melee range with him, but I can do a lot more to him than he can to me. He's a bit faster, though, which is the main problem. Then my left arm is dismembered. Yeah, that's why you gotta be careful with enemies that can dismember. I now have to... okay, I regenerated my left arm. But basically, that's what regenerates for. So if I didn't have regenerate right now, I'd be super screwed. I'd be super screwed. That's the power of regenerate. I cannot... I can be dismembered, but it won't last for long. Like the Wolverine. Okay, and we killed him. Oh. Oh, you didn't know that? Well, that's what it's called, regeneration. Oh yeah, but it can regrow your limbs. It's the main reason I always take it, if I can. This is a secret of Chef. While traveling alone through the Rust Belt, Chef came. Oh, this is him talking about his reason for always keeping. Well, that is its main thing, but yeah, it's yeah. The main power of it is that your full natural healing rate applies in combat, and the regrow limbs is a secondary, and the tertiary is 1% chance to remove a minor physical debuff, which can be a disease, which is why it's great. Well, this is a physical mutation. If you were a pure Esper, you wouldn't be able to take this at all. Oh my god! Have you seen the full Chimera runs that are in this game? Or have you seen Chimera? Because you can do some crazy stuff. Actually, if I die, I'll do one run as Chimera before I decide whether or not I change up games. But basically, instead of starting with mutations as a Chimera, what I do is I take unstable genome. Basically, unstable genome is you randomly get you pay 3 mutation points at character gen, and you randomly get a mutation for it. So basically, instead of taking like I don't know regeneration, multiple arms, multiple legs, and all that, I just get them randomly. I just get the choice of 3 random ones. every so often because it's entirely random and blah blah. But with Chimera, one of your three options becomes you get this mutation plus an extra limb, and the extra limb is entirely random. But basically, like, say I had the choice of, um, well, it can't be a mental mutation, but just as an example, because if you're Chimera, you're purely physical. Let's say it gave me the choice of light manipulation, my mental mirror, and temporal fugue. I could pick which one I wanted, but like mental mirror would give me an extra limb, random extra limb. So I'd be like, well, I kind of really like light manipulation. I kind of really like temporal fugue, and mental mirror is kind of like the weaker pick, but it also gives you a free limb. So you take it, and then you grow like an extra arm, which you can put an axe in, and then you end up, with just a stupid amount of limbs. But the main flaw is that you end up with an entirely random character, which is fun. I definitely got one off the ground one time and then died to Golgotha. It really is. It's honestly one of my. But the sad thing is that there's a lot of mutations that I really want, and not getting them is really sad. Like regeneration. Like, not starting with regeneration means that you're at a high risk of death. Well, I mean, just about everyone is a high risk of death, but like, when you don't start with mutations, you're at the biggest risk of death because you don't have any of that early game power. You don't have any early game oomph to get you through the earliest parts of the game. So you kind of have to force yourself to level up. But fortunately, I know how to force myself to level up, like going to the stilt. This guy's cleaving through my armor. There we go. That's another level up. These enemies are actually quite dangerous. I'm actually gonna run. I'm no longer lost. I'm actually just gonna like run to the stilt. Back lines. There we go. And nearby ruins. This might kill me as it's done before, but okay, just let me leave. I just wanted to go there to mark it on my map. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So like, let's say I want to pick double jointed right now, and stunning force is something that I wouldn't want right now. But if I was like Chimera, like let's say stunning force would give me a limb, so I'd be like, okay, take a random limb. But I'll take triple jointed right now, and I can choose a physical mutation to rapidly advance. I'm going to pick regeneration. But you can only rapidly advance physical mutations, which is why I never go pure Esper, because I just don't see the point of limiting myself. But yeah, this is triple jointed is pretty good. It's +2 agility, very nice. But yeah, regeneration now, instead of doing 20% my natural healing rate, it's now 50% higher, and every turn I have a 40% chance, or not a 40% chance. It's now 40% fast healing rate. 30. Well, no. The next rate, or the next rank, is actually what I'm currently at, but I'm capped by my level. So this is what I actually have. 2% every turn to remember, not minor debuff. Well, this is what I have right now, but this is what I will have next level. So that's eventually I will have 100% chance to regrow a missing limb each turn. So that will be insane. Like, you could take off half of my body, and like in 2 turns of just sprinting away as fast as I could, I'd like slowly regrow every single thing. Just grab that, and then tell these guys the secret that he probably already knows. Level up once. And now I'm level 6. And I'm just gonna finish off that tree. What does weather give? Oh, that's actually pretty good. Take this and literally just like I always do, immediately leave again after getting all that experience, and then oh, apparently another random ruin, which is sometime in 4285 BR, after a bout of consumption, the Sultan of Kut died under mysterious circumstances because of Polymath's II's reputation for murdering somebody with a map made of paper. He was this man killed somebody by he took a map and he gave this guy like a paper cut like across the jugular or something. Like how it had to specify that the map was made of paper though. I don't think I needed to. I mean, like, what else would a map be made out of? Like, seriously. I'm actually gonna wear this because, yeah. Well, that's mostly because it's a niche title. Because not everybody likes games like this. But yeah, it's definitely slipped on. I mean, one of my favorite games is something that like is literally so small, or well, not small, but like something that's like so niche that like I don't think it's ever getting like a. It's never gonna get a mainstream following. Like it's always gonna be an indie title. But I was like, but what if? Because I remember back when, and I've talked about this on stream before, but like Demon Souls, like when Demon Souls came out, I was like, this is a niche title, and I was like, oh, this is never Divine Steel. By the way, that's pretty good. But I'm just gonna pick it up. So yeah, Demon Soul. I mean, it's literally spawned like an entire genre of Souls likes. Like I was like, oh, this is a niche title. This is something that I would play, and not many other people would play. And then I was like, wow, it's become mainstream, and the game hasn't changed. Demon Souls and Dark Souls One are basically the same game. Like it's all just built off of the same formula. And I was like, damn. Wait, when is like uh when is one of my other favorite games? One of my like really favorite games called Disgaea. But basically, it's sort of like Caves of Cod in a way. Well, like Caves of Cod, you can level up. Oh, someone. Yeah, so you understand nothing. Yeah, but the game called Disgaea. I don't know if you've heard of it, but basically the same way in this game where you can increase your stats, you get skills, you can level up your mutations. The same way you can level up all these sorts of random different things in this game, you can sort of do that in this game. I mean, it's a very different game. Don't get me wrong. It's very different. The games are almost nothing. Well, they're both RPGs, um, but basically in that game, I like to see numbers go up. That's my niche. I like to see big numbers. Disgaea. Let me actually get the spelling because it's not an easy. Oh, I just put in disease. This Disgaea. But basically, it's a Japanese like Final Fantasy Tactics type game, and basically you can level up your characters, you can level up your characters' skills and make them do more damage, and then you can level up your items. And you level up your items by going into what's called the item world. Basically, you go into a world generated from your item, and it's like that's it. You could definitely get lost in it. There's like, I mean, it doesn't have like depth like Caves of Cod. Like Caves of Cod has like lore depth. This guy has more mechanics depth. Like you can level up like basically almost every aspect of your character, and you can level up your character, and then be like, okay, I want to. Well, okay, there's your main characters and your side characters. Your side characters have far more depth to them because your main characters level up, but they don't have a class. They're basically just them. So basically, I like to focus on the side characters because they can become so much more powerful. Also, I'm getting called. I'm pretty sure this is so. It's from America, which, considering I'm Canadian, is probably either wrong number or like telemarketer. But what was I saying? But your side characters have classes, and basically, like in Final Fantasy Tactics, you can change their classes. But in this guy, you reincarnate them, and you take them and you put them back to level 1. But when you reincarnate in this guy, you get some of your stats. You get more stats at level 1 than you had previously. So if you go from level 100 to level 1, you're more like a level 10 character. Not this guy. This guy, let me just put it in chat. This guy, yeah. But but your side characters, you can reincarnate them, and what you can do is you change their class. So you can level somebody up as a fighter, and then switch them over to an archer, and then end up with like a character that kind of has like a mix of everything. Like like what I'd normally do is I'd have like a caster and I'd start them as like a wind mage, and then I'd shift them over to an ice mage, and then they'd learn all the ice mage things, and then I'd switch them over to a healer, and then they get some healer abilities, and then I'd switch them over to this and that and this. Basically, it's it's got them. It's a lot of numbers going up. I think I think a closer game to I think the bridge gap to, and I might actually play this game on stream eventually, but have you ever heard of the game Alona? Maybe once again put it in just chat. Alona. But there's a game called Alona that no Elona. Uh, but it's basically Disgaea, but more of a type of roguelike game. It's you want me to put in chat again? I'll oh, there you go. But yeah, it's basically the mid gap between this game and Disgaea. Basically, you could level up literally every stat, and I think there's randomly generated items, there's randomly generated names, and it's quite fun. It I mean, it's no longer in development by the person that created it, but there's still a lot of meat to that game, and it's a lot of leveling up. And it's very much like, I mean, there's literally a mutant in that game, and mutations in that game. That basically, I mean, it's different. It's obviously a different game to this one, but I get the same love out of that game. And it's a lot of trying to get all of your stats up high, a lot of your trying to get them good mutations while getting rid of the bad mutations. And I mean, it's my type of game, if nothing else. I like watching numbers go up. This is full Crete. Yeah, there's no way I'm digging through this. Is there any way down? Wait, why in the world? I'm in the Sultans. I shouldn't be going in ruins in the Sultans. This place is more my speed probably. But yeah. Alone is a free game, so I recommend Alone Plus, which is basically a version of the game that's being developed by basically fans of the game. It's basically a fan like continuation, and it's quite good. But it's also very insane. Like one of the first messages that pops up in the game is oh, you're reunited with your pet, and you get the choice of dog, cat, bear, and little girl. And like just from that image, I have like my friends are like, "What the hell game are you playing?" I'm like, you wouldn't you wouldn't understand. Little girl, like that's okay. So just so I don't sound weird, you always pick little girl for one reason. It's because she has just like in this game, just the same reason that you would want to use beguiling on a humanoid. They have the ability to equip all items, like all the items. They have all the slots available to them. So you could equip your little girl with like artifact level armor. Like you could deck her out. And so you pick little girl because at level 1, without equipment, the bear is stronger. But with just like a simple set of equipment, the little girl, you will see the little girl kicking the shit out of bears. So very silly, very silly. And like quests are randomly generated, and you can have somebody asking you to get a magic wand of like fire blast or fireball. Uh, something that could be very dangerous, and they want it for their kid. Or but basically anything in the game can generate as a random quest item. So you can have somebody that's like, I want a piece of trash. I want you to go find a piece of trash for me, so I can give it to my, you know, so I can like, oh god, I forgot there was Aloe Volta. Okay, well that's just an excuse for me to play my my Chimera. But yeah, then it's the race when you aren't careful. You forget about plants. The tonic allergy is the best defect because you can just turn you can turn everything into food. You turn yourselves to food, and then you don't need to inject them. You just eat them. I have to put everything up to 17, like I've said before, because ego affects prices. So if you have 10 ego, which I've done before, things will be just stupid expensive. And basically, the only thing that you can really trade for is like trade goods, and like everything's more expensive too, so it's kind of like a crapshoot. But I want to raise this to 20, and this to 18. So we're gonna end up with limbs, like limbs out the wazoo. And because I'm a nomad, and I have the ability to travel over the salt dunes pretty safely. I will be immediately leaving here after getting this quest and killing this man. I'll be traveling to the Sultans. But first, obviously, I need to loot 3 chests, give 2 artifacts to Aragat. The safe sort of starting stuff. Make sure you grab all the quests, just in case Wilmette dies to the Warden, which has happened before. Which I've literally shown you specifically, because it just randomly started happening in front of me. Ooh, strange troops. That's a chair. And yeah, grab this bead. Not bead, copper nugget. I'm actually gonna want to sell this book because I really want Um, I really want a gun. Because if you don't have a gun, you're kind of... Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to buy it right now. But I'm going to try to grab that gun because I'm going to need a ranged weapon. Otherwise, I'm going to easily die. Yeah, for some reason, Argive accepts... Wait, does he really not accept folding chairs? Oh, because I never bought it in the first place. Run back to Tam and buy that silly chair. Get all of his bullets and grab this chair. Not even 1 dram for, like, you know, all that stuff. Walk over to Argive, and for some reason Argive's willing to accept okay, so here we are. So just like I said, I get 2 amazing abilities. Regeneration, multiple legs. But Spinneret gives me an extra limb, so we're going Spinneret. And an arm grows out of my body. And guess what? Where's my other arm? I now have another arm. Another one. So I have arm and hand growing out of my torso, left arm, right hand. So I can... At least for now, I'm going to need to... Okay, I can now jack all of his things. He wants the wire. But now I have 3 arms, so I can wield 3 weapons, and I like to go axes. But we'll see. We'll see right now, because I just want this this rifle for now. I just need a gun. Any gun will do. I want a gun. How about you? Just be saying random shit. I'm gonna sell him this, and that should be okay. I need more money. You can. There are ways to kill Tam without anybody else in the town aggroing you. But the thing is that then you lose access to an entire merchant. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. Unfortunately, I want to get the secret. Basically, this statue always gives you a secret of a chef, which is free experience, like we mentioned before. This one's usually the location of a site. Deep in the wilds of Arash. Yeah. Sorry, I just tried to say it again to see if my pronunciation changes. Mexer Duct stumbled upon a clan of grazing hedonists performing a secret ritual because of his logical visage. He looked like a smart guy, so they were just like, fuck you. He rebuked him and declared them a villain. Oh, man. It's actually just assholes. You run over here, level up a bunch of times, but the thing is we've used 1 level of unstable genome. We started with 5, so, and that gave us spinnerets and an arm. So that's the power of this build. That you end up with a whole bunch of limbs. Look at this one. Get another secret. Every secret gives more XP than the last. At least I think. Oh, okay. You got to be careful that you don't button mash when you level up. Okay, we're actually gonna go with burrowing claws as our main form of damage. I think. Burrowing claws. You got to be careful you don't button mash and pick the wrong thing. Because our entire build is gonna revolve around picking the options that give us limbs. So instead of going axes, which I normally do, because you can delimb people, I'm going to go with short blades because I basically have a melee attack that is short blades. Penetrate, basically stacking bleed. This can stack to equal to +1 your agility modifier, and then jab. When you wield a short blade in your offhand, you make offhand attacks twice as often. This applies to organic hands. So all of my weapons are now short blades. Oh, apparently only my my normal hands have them. So I will be using my extra hands to carry my random garbage. Basically, I'm gonna have claws and whoa, what the hell? Okay. There are one's Esther, one's Esther, one's. Oh, this person has okay, people are dying all over the place. But yeah, Warden's Esther has the ability to duplicate. I'm actually gonna take. Oh my god, that's nice. That's nice. Basically, I'm taking it as vendor trash. Oh god, I picked up with the. I hate how it does nothing on the ground. You just pick up like the one thing that remains, and sometimes that's just like a 200-pound body. But yeah, it's actually really good because because um, random things can spawn. Oh, I need them. All right, my uncle just brought the dog in with me. Buster, come on.
Only 10 minutes.
Oh.
Aye.
But yeah, what was I at? Oh, why did you shut the door? My dog doesn't like being shut in the room. Basically because of the way that the reputation system works. These random guys were attacking each other, and now I get to reap the rewards. What? The crisp pages of goat skin vellum art. Okay, banner. Okay, let's read this. So powerful is the charm of words. Apparently that's I don't know. That's the achievement for reading like actual books in this game, and not the randomly generated ones, I guess. 1 gram of honey gives you +3 to saves versus disease. 1 serving of law petals and 1 gram of slime. Okay, that's not really useful. This. I'm just gonna flip through it just to make sure that it's not giving me some. Oh god. I'm pretty sure that's not too important. Box of crayons. I was told earlier that you can use box of crayons to potentially generate a random item, but I don't know. I don't really know what it is. I just put the Kessel's face whenever I grab one of these, and then yeah, there's supposed to be something that spawns, but I don't know. It'll happen randomly, I guess. Let's go over to here and oh my god, what the hell are you? Urchin Belcher. Why is there water around you? Why are you cup? Oh god. Some of the things that this dude spawns as is just ridiculous. Give them that. But unfortunately, I didn't level up, or I didn't randomly get mutations when I leveled up. Which is what's supposed to happen. I say supposed to happen. What usually happens. Okay, let's go here. Red cat hostiles. I mean, not really. Now we can dig. Which means I need to be careful. But I don't really have like temporal fugue anymore. But yeah, let's see how Burrowing Claws does. So he's bleeding. He's got 3 stacks of bleeding on him. Oh god. You gotta be careful you don't automatically. I'm gonna toggle off Burrowing Claws. Is that gonna turn off my class? No. But it will prevent me from attacking walls, which you gotta be careful of. So this thing is quite dangerous, but hopefully it will be turned into mincemeat. Actually fly. So I can actually do like some. Damn it! Do not pick that up. Put it back down, please. this character is already quite powerful. But the fact that he has wings is just gangbusters. Because as long as you're above ground and you're flying, nothing can attack you in melee. Okay, but you also randomly fall, which can get you killed if you're not careful. You can be like, oh, I'm immortal, I can do anything, and then you drop in the middle of like 5 different enemies surrounding you. That's a giant centipede nest, which means these things are going to spawn infinitely. It's not too much of a concern. So apparently I stopped flying. I might want to level up flying a few times or my wings, because each level increases or decreases the chance that you'll fall, which is good. Yeah, just going around killing stuff. I don't know what effect do I have. Oh, I'm covered in shit. You can see like the brown things that are coming off over here. That's every time you see that, any centipede is spawned. Oh, I wasn't being careful at all. All right, let's do that one more time, and then I'll consider switching games. I really do love the Chimera build. It's just hard to get off the ground. Yeah, Caves of Cut could definitely like go big if it. Well, I mean, there was a guy Seth that is pretty decently big, and he. Oh no, yeah, no problem. It doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't bother me, is what I'm saying. Like, you know. If you step out, it doesn't matter. I'll just keep talking to myself. But there's a guy named Seth that did a video, and he's pretty popular. And he did a video about Caves of Cotton, which I'm pretty sure he's not exactly the kind of guy who. I don't. I am. I have a knack for running my mouth until I pass out. I don't. I'm not good at talk. Like if we were in person, I would just sit and blankly stare. But the fact that I'm like the words that are coming out of my mouth are separate, or I'm just talking about the game really. So usually if I don't, well, because I don't do much. I just play video games. So if I can't talk about video games, I'm screwed. But if it's two people talking about video, or if it's me and somebody else talking about video games, I could literally run my mouth for like 5 years. Well, not even 5 years. I can run my mouth. Oh yeah, I have an anxiety disorder. And like this makes me anxious. But then I realized like, well, I have no alternative. I have zero alternative. Because I have no better alternatives. What I mean, I'm gonna take a break from playing the game to talk about this. But like, I like if I tried to do if I tried to go out and get a job, I need to work from home. One way or another, I need to work from home. And because like I have social anxiety, like seriously bad social anxiety. Or some would say crippling social anxiety. But Twitch is something that I can do from home. It's something I can do while playing video games, and it's just all that. Like if I can make money from my room doing the thing that I always do, yeah, I there are jobs that I can do. Like I can physically do labor. Like I could stock shelves at Walmart or random store or be a cashier, but it's just especially cashier like people are like, oh, being a cashier is easy. It's like, you know how many people you have to deal with, as a cashier. Oh, I would actually die. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me too. I I suffer from not the stereotypical OCD, like where someone's like, oh, this side of the map isn't symmetrical, but this side of the map, like, like I played Dwarf Fortress, and like I don't care what my rooms are shaped like. My rooms can be shaped like freaking, like, just side, like they could be sideways rectangles that are upside down and like inverted on the edges, and like it wouldn't bother me. But my OCD is like, I obsess over. I have intrusive and obsessive thoughts. I have yeah, yeah. It depends. Yeah, like I hate time. Time is one of those things that I obsess over. Like, I can't have a clock ticking because it will drive me insane. Because I will become super aware of like the time, and I will just think of how many seconds are passing, and it'll drive me insane. Like, that's sort of OCD. And like sometimes I check things that I just checked. Like, I'll go out in the kitchen and I'll open the fridge and look into the fridge and be like, I just ate. Why am I looking in the fridge again? Yeah, yeah. OCD is a spectrum, and everybody has it different. Like, and like everybody's a little OCD. Everybody has that thing that, like, they have that pet peeve that it's like, oh, this doesn't look right. Well, because we're also human, and that's like our brain looks for patterns even where there isn't, and we like to make things fit in our pattern based like mindset. So yeah, exactly. Correcting reality. We like to correct reality. You know, but that's like, people always talk about like, oh, what's the most attractive feature on well, say I'm a man, so I would say, what's the most attractive feature on a woman? And like, people are like, oh, well, it's their tits, it's their ass, and I'm like, I mean, honestly, biologically speaking, it's the symmetry of their face that activates our brain the most. It's the symmetry of the face. You don't want it to be perfectly symmetrical. Humans aren't like, we aren't shapes. We aren't geometric shapes. But like, you want it to be 90, like in the 90% range of symmetry. So the eyes are leveled, the nose is straight. Like, that's what you want. That's what our brains look for. And you don't want any feature to be too extravagant. Yeah, because our brains look for pattern-based birth defects. Like, if somebody has like fetal alcohol syndrome, causes your lips to be asymmetrical. Like, you have a fatter, you have a thicker like bottom lip to your upper lip, or vice versa. And your nose is kind of oddly shaped based on, like, yeah, basically, like, we analyze like our bodies. Yeah, it's I mean, like, everything has both a purpose and a lack thereof of purpose. Like, people are always like, what's the meaning of life? Well, there's two trains of thought. There's the meaning of life as in, like, we came into existence and our main goal is to continue our existence in the best way possible. And then there's the opposite end, where it's just like, we exist already. We didn't choose to exist, but we don't have to exist. There's no real defining feature of reality. We just are, and you could choose to not be, but why would you choose to not be? You know, you got people spend their entire lives. Oh, I mean, it's not even that the universe allowed us to exist. We exist regardless of consent. Nothing consented to our existence. We just sort of spontaneously emerged. The elements were correct. Everything was like, we're in the Goldilocks zone, and we just sort of began and slowly built up over time. But that's the thing about humans, is that we try to find a reason to exist. We try to rationalize why we exist, but we just exist. We don't, like, you know, you, you can choose to have a reason to live, but you don't need a reason to live. And that's because I was super depressed, and that's one of those things that got me through it, is realizing that I don't need a reason to live, but I should still seek one because it's healthy. You know, that sort of thing. That's like main thing that leads to depression is people are like, "Oh, you're wasting your life." It's like, are you? Like, every life is worth something, but that doesn't mean you need to extract the value out of your life at all costs. You don't have to. You can choose to. People can say you waste your life, but think about it, like, how many lives have already been wasted? How many people have wasted their lives, their entire lives? How many people are going to continue to do it? You don't have to be the next Einstein. You don't have to be the next Picasso. You don't have to be somebody. You could choose to, but that doesn't mean you have to, like, destroy yourself over it. The main thing about that is it's your choice. It's your life. You can either live it the way that you want to, or you can live somebody else's life. And I choose to live my own life. You know, people say you waste your life, and it's like, am I wasting my life in your eyes, or my life in my eyes? That's, you know. Here's my TED talk about social pressures to perform. Uh, but yeah, let me read this for a second, just to so I don't keep ranting. Which, wouldn't be too bad if I did. 2589 BR. Odoram won a decisive victory against the combined forces of Karmish Palace at the bloody battle of the shrine at Ekazor. Yeah, definitely. Well, it's also because I want to read this and then get on with the game, because my hands. I have ADHD, so I idle a lot. But yeah, in 10,000 years, yeah, there's a very good chance that we'll all be forgotten. Like, that's why that's when I used to be younger. I used to think like I could become immortalized, like immortally villainized or immortally, like, loved, and it's like I questioned myself. It's like, what would be easier, and what would last longer? I think people will be more likely to remember Hitler than to be remember Gandhi. I think more people are taught about Hitler than taught about Gandhi or some, like, other, like, hero. People remember the worst villains more than the best heroes. And it's like, do I really want to be remembered forever? Not really. I don't want to be picked apart by it. Like, I mean, you think about, like, nowadays, where, like, people are shamed for the way they think, and it's like, in 10,000 years, the generation. I mean, I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was super young, but it's also, if you were to ask me, oh yeah, it's if you were to ask me, like, I would describe myself as, like if I didn't know, that's the thing, is that if somebody asked me what I thought of my own mind and thought of my behavior when if I didn't know all the terms, all the psychological terms, is that I would describe myself as an occasionally hyperactive, uncontrollable agent of chaos who's often too. I often lack energy, but once I start going, I'm super hyper. Which is to say that I'm kind of depressive, but also have ADHD. Which, you know, like I could change the words I use, but it doesn't change. Like, oh yeah, like it's not that I'm anti-authority. It's that I'm anti-society, and not in like a super like I'm not the Joker. I'm not like we live in a society sort of like I'm not like like I'm not for anarchy. I'm just against somebody else controlling my life. Like my life is mine. Like I'm willing to be a part of the society, but I don't want the society to force me to be somebody I'm not. Like, you know, there are people who are like, oh, if you want to function in today's society, you need a real job. You need to make money. You need to do all this and that. And it's like, you know, I thought we left the days of kings and queens behind, but apparently, we just traded one set of people that told us what to do for another. But it's mostly that like I'm willing to obey the laws, and I say this about every single person. Every single person, you take them in a place where there's zero people to hold you accountable. Yeah, yeah, time is very valuable. But I know this about people is that if you take somebody and you put them where they're not accountable, there's nobody to tell them what to do. There's no people to hold the peace. There's no people to like um, force you to obey the law. They'll commit crimes. Like you throw somebody in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by people, surrounded by other people that have things they want. They'll steal from them. Like like yeah, definitely ownership of your time. Yeah, I pretty much all my time is basically mine to do what I want right now. Anyways, that might change in the future, but the thing is that no humans are not designed to be bound by the law. But that doesn't mean law is bad. In my opinion, laws are good, and like nine times out of 10, I'll obey the law as long as the law isn't constricting me in terms of like I'm not gonna go out and murder somebody. I'm not gonna steal from somebody. I'm not gonna like go out and do something like that. I'm not gonna go out and assault somebody. Those laws, yes, kind of that sort of thing. Like I don't have to be a perfect human being. That's the thing is that people are like, oh, you've got to be like everybody else, and I'm like, but why? Tell me why. I didn't choose to be born. I didn't choose to be born in the country I was born to, or born in. I didn't like, there's so many things in my life that have been chosen by other people, and then you want me to live your ideal life? And it's like, no, it's my life. You don't get to decide what I do with it. But I'm like we definitely need society. We definitely need like structure in place to protect ourselves from each other because humans are very dangerous. Humans, most humans have been killed by other humans, aside from just disease and stuff. Most human death is caused by other humans or themselves. Like getting into a car crash I would say like 9 times out of 10 it's some form of human error. Human error causes a lot of human death. So we need structures in place for that, and like to protect. We need government insofar as to protect our rights to live. That sort of thing. So I'm okay with the structure behind it. But when it's the what is it called? It's the mob mentality. That's what I hate the most. Is when you've got 100 people that think they're right and one person that thinks differently. Yeah, exactly. We've like there's a guy I know. Well, I said the phrase, what is normal?" Like, what is good about being normal? And like, if you're pretending to be normal, you're not normal. You're either normal or you're not. And pretending to be something means you're not. You, and I'm not going to pretend to be normal. I'm going to be me. I'm not going to live a pretend life. There's no point. Then I wouldn't be living. There are plenty of people who've lived the life that they ascribe to be normal. That doesn't mean I have to do it. 1,000 people could have come before me and done the exact same thing. That doesn't mean I don't have to do it like that. You know, it's not what I'm here for. I don't have a reason to be here. You know, this. Yeah, I hate that. Like, it's. Yeah, definitely. And that I just, it always gets me worked up because like I'm the one who should decide. I'm the one who should decide what I. Yeah, no worries. I'm always kind of sleep deprived. Um, well, I mean, I get a lot of sleep, but not always perfect quality sleep. But yeah, yeah, fair enough. You should probably go to sleep. Oh, you should probably start looking to go to bed. But yeah, like, oh, give me a second. My mom's calling out to me. Yeah, but like I consider like that's always funny is that when you talk about like, oh, how do I get a girlfriend, people say just be yourself, but then people say don't be yourself, and it's like make up your fucking mind. And do you want me to be normal or do you want me to be myself? It's like, what do you want from me? You want me to jump through the hoop, but you also want me to jump around the hoop. Like, what the fuck are you telling me to do? Make up your goddamn mind, get your story straight, get your shit together. I'm just gonna once again in finishing this. Um, Combined forces, Arkhamish Palace, bloody battle, shrine at Ekazor through his. Though he lost his prized Charmicus during the course of the conflict as a result of the battle, shrine at Ekazor was so strife with bad omens that it was renamed Cursed Wastes. That's a cool name, but yeah, let's before I forget to play the game. Oh god, of course get lost. Well, at least now I can do something when I'm talking. Yeah, I hate that being yourself is basically like frowned upon by people. It doesn't make any sense. It's like what's the point of being an individual if you're not allowed to act like individually? Oh god, I'm literally beset on all sides by crocodiles. Might just die trying to. This is how I usually get lost. Is or how I usually die is by getting lost. By getting lost and being sent to a place. Yeah, exactly. Be yourself until I don't like your opinion. That is extremely true. Like, I've always said that like sanity is overrated. Insanity is where it's at. But like, I'm not even insane, really. Like, I'm the boring kind of insane. I'm not the I'm just like Sam Monella said it right in one of his videos. If you don't know Sam Monella, I can't do much for you because I can't. So I'm a little bit hands tied right now, but basically he said I hope I'm he said he hope I can't remember I can't remember what he said, but basically it involved like he'd rather be a one of the quiet laughy ones rather than one of the crazy screaming ones or something along those lines, or vice versa. I don't remember, but like I'm the boring kind of insane, like, but I mean I also get the crazy stuff kind of insane, but like you know, but I mean I'd rather be insane than just normal. Like I don't want to be just another person. Oh god damn it! I messed up. Now I got leveled up spinnerets, but what could I have had? Oh my god, I could have had regeneration. I could have leveled. That's the problem when you mash buttons. So you do stuff like that. Let's max out cooking. But it's fine. I'll get another chance. Yeah, like apparently a drum. Huh? Yeah, I definitely prefer. But yeah, apparently our librarian is a Dromat trader. Buster, can you relax a little, buddy? The dog is right behind me. This he's a freaking Dromat. Yeah. Yeah, this is the it's quite impressive. Quite impressive, but yeah, I'm kind of sad that I messed up and ended up. I could have ranked up. The points that are currently in Spinneret right now could have been in Regenerate, which is very much sad. But there's not much I can do now. Yeah, Regenerate is very strong on this character. I'm going to get willpower. But yeah, very much the regret. But you know, I shouldn't have been running out into no man's land. But with Regenerate, we're in a pretty good spot. Also, how many limbs do I have now? Build Ruin? What do you mean by that? What the hell is this? Bizarre contraption. Oh, it's something. Oh, build ruined. Yeah, I like to avoid thinking like that. Like I like to avoid being like, oh, I've horribly messed up. Quantum Ripper. Okay, what? Out of a golden plated box, kaleidoscope tiles and tones harmonize over silver. Um. Oh, so I could walk into that and randomly teleport somewhere. That's what that is. Are these dogs all hostile to me? Feral dogs. Can I fight these feral dogs? I don't think I can. And by that I mean I will. Oh god, it says hostile to me. Oh god, it's a drill bot. That's it's very dangerous. It is a very high chance of just killing me outright. Yeah, the thing is that in Caves of Cud, you don't gotta worry about your building being ruined, because there's a good chance that you're gonna die anyways. Okay. I've now wedged myself into a corner, and it's do or die. Okay, we're left. So I could if I need to escape. Is this thing even possible for me to kill? Maybe. It dealt 9 damage. I think this is where I nope out. You are sucked into a space-time vortex. Yeah. That actually scared the shit out of me. Excuse me? Depigmented belly skin is tumified with crushed insect tumified crushed insect matter into a gigantic ripe pearl. His legs have been reabsorbed by fat. The art of jumping, mastered by its forebears, remains only through ancestral memory. Yeah, exactly. Like you're like, oh, the run's over, and it's like, oh, trust me, you in this game, like, it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. I have definitely had, because like I can still die, like, even if I had like all that regeneration power, I would still be dying to these things. And plus, maybe this spinneret will save me. Not really. It's very weak. Let's just, yeah. Okay, so one more game, one more of one more run of CUD before I switch games. Just one more. It's the problem with CUD is that I play it and then I'm just like, one more game, and then I play. I'm actually gonna alt tab and make sure I can actually see my stream through Stream Manager, so I can make sure everything's running properly. What game was I thinking? I wasn't thinking about a game, honestly. Oh god, I immediately messed up. Okay, you want to fight me? Yeah. Okay, what? Okay, that I'm in an actual game, not one that I die in Java by accidentally attempting to steal. That's why you always close doors behind you. But I literally could be anything. Oh, I don't think I ever. I think I forgot to mention that the game, like a few hours, well, when I was streaming like 12 hours ago, um, the game I'd least want to be like tied to forever is League of Legends. If that was, I think I might have said it, but League of Legends would be like the least favorite game to like have to be playing forever. Like joined at the hip with that. Um, I have my preference, but I play just about every game. Like I play Deep Rock Galactic, which is a first-person shooter. Well, I mean, it's PVE because I don't really like PVE shooters because I don't have the reaction time. I don't have the. Yeah, I usually focus on mechanically challenging games or games that have like mechanics that interest me. Yeah, skill. I mean, I could be. I mean, I play League of Legends, so that's my really game that requires skill. I wouldn't even say League requires that much. It requires knowledge more than skill. Yeah, FPSs. It's not even that I don't like FPSs. I love FPSs. Like I love shooting things, but it's got to be the right FPS. My least favorite type of FPS is like the modern shooters because it's just like I've been there, done that. Like Halo I can get into, but but Call of Duty or Battlefield, just like I snore. Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten anywhere close to the skill cap. I'm just gonna skim over this right now because I just want to get back into the game. She mandated practice of wiring icicle. Practice of. She, they mandated the practice of wiring icicles to astrolabes in their. What? Excuse me? Honestly, very confusing. Discover a lair. Lairs where you can find like a legendary creature. Yeah, apparently it's a lair. Oh, this is the salt. This is the salt of the salt dunes. The different start. Jaffa was in ruins. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, so I answered Oh Glorious, or I finished the question. I got horns. Horns are actually pretty good. You can't wear helmets. That's the downside, but you get another weapon, and you get a short bladed weapon, which is kind of nice. I'm gonna go with singular horn. Up again. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. This might be a run. This might be a real run. What limits did I get? Oh shits. Yeah. So I assume you can tell, but let me just do this so you can see. Hand, 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 hand. So I got 2 mutations and 2 hands. That means I have 4. I have both. I have multiple arms. Like the like I don't have the like I don't have the mutation of multiple arms, but I have the same amount of. Okay, this is Chimera. You only manifest physical mutations, and all mutation choices when manifesting a new mutation are physical. Whenever you manifest a new mutation, one of your choices will cause you to grow a limb. So basically, I now have 4 arms. And the thing is that I could still get the mutation multiple arms to get another 2 arms. So currently I'm looking down the barrel. That's a lot of arms. Just for sake of it. I now have a knife in one hand and 3 torches in my other 3 hands. Yeah, I'm basically what's his name, like Goro? Is that his name? That Goro. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't done. I mean, it's been a long time since last time I played a Mortal Kombat game, but I very much enjoyed. I think I played Sub-Zero. If I remember, no, I played that one guy who teleports all around the place, which multiple characters do that, but I didn't play much. I just played a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so see this? I could pick multiple arms and get an extra set of arms. So, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get phasing and then get another face. And then get stinger. So I have 2 choices. I have poison and parallel. Oh my god. Yeah. So I have 3 options. Stinger, that gives me poison. Burrowing claws, that gives me, claws. We've seen these before. And then stinger, which paralyzes, and an extra limb. And a hand grows out of my hand. So I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. And then I have a stinger, and I have horns. I now have 7 attacks. I can now make 7 attacks. That is the power of being a chimera. My god. And now I can take. Where is it? Dual wield. You are skilled at 2-weapon fighting. Your chance to attack with an offhand weapon is increased. And flurry. You make an attack with every hand, including extra hands granted by physical mutations. And an offhand strike. Your chance to strike with an offhand weapon is increased to 35%. So I now have a chance. I mean, I have about a 35% chance, give or take, having extra to attack with each and every one of these. The primary hand always attacks, so I could make my tail my primary attack. I think. So I have a 20% chance on melee attack, but I could also just make it a 100% chance by making it my primary. So I will now just about always. Well, it has to penetrate, but yeah, it only has 20% chance to apply the venom. Yeah. Oh well, I currently don't have enough of. I don't have enough. I don't have enough weapons for the amount of hands I have. Like, I have torches. What am I gonna do? Sack me with torches? But right now, if I were to use that, I would just punch people. I would just punch people with each individual hand. So I need to find. I need to find a place to get weapons. Oh, this guy might explode randomly, which I hope he doesn't anytime soon. But yeah, I need to find somebody with weapons. See, like I could take this guy's armor, or well, I could buy it if I had the money. But I'm gonna head back to Joppa now. Investigate these ruins. Hopefully, don't die. Okay, immediately get back out again. Let me go into my menu and automatically. Basically, you can. What a minute. Overlay automation. So automatic drink threshold and automatic fresh. Okay. I'm looking dousing light torches. There we go. So when it's daytime, I won't be carrying around a torch like a moron. Well, I'm currently doing one right now. I'm doing Chimera, which I can only do physical mutations. I can also do Esper. It really depends. It depends on what people want to see from me. But I will definitely do like something ridiculous, like I mean, occasionally I've done runs where my only damage comes from quills. Quills is basically where you have to be attacked, and then you deal damage back. But like, it really depends. Like, because I definitely do challenge runs like on my own time, so there's definitely. Yeah. Oh, I could theory. Well, I mean, they're not. Well, basically, I could start with no mutations. So I could literally start as just like a generic water farmer, like without having to like pull any strings. I could definitely do that. Like starting out with nothing. I could. It really depends on like. what people want to see me do, and like, you know, oh, like I play League of Legends, and sometimes I play a character. I mean, I think you talked about playing it yourself. Is that I play Lee Sin, and every time I land my ability, I'll land my Q, and when you land his Q, you can go in with it. You press it again, and you fly to the person you hit. And I basically was like, okay, every time I land his Q, I'm gonna go in. And it's actually like if you build around knowing that every time you land that thing, you're going to go into the enemy, you can basically result in. And obviously, I wasn't like saving it all the time. Like I was using it constantly, trying to hit people. So it's called Lee syndrome, and I really enjoy it. So that's like the sort of challenges that I do. Or like theoretically, like it could be anything. Like it just really depends on the type of game. Let me there was I was playing Phasmophobia, and you know what? I assume you know what Phasmophobia because it's very popular. You probably heard of it, but I can't remember if we talked about it. But basically, there's the dot scanner, which just like puts like a bunch of like lights, like just I don't know how to describe. I don't know how to describe it, but you know the thing that like just launches lights all over the place, or like what's like beams of light to all the different points around a room. And so I grabbed that because we were doing basically a broke run. So basically, we had access to because we died and lost all our stuff. All we had access to was like the free stuff. And like one guy got a lighter, one guy got a flashlight, one guy I got a dot scanner, one guy got a UV light. And I was just going around Asylum, just placing down the dot scanner to show me where the walls were. That's how I had to get around. And like another time, they were like, "Oh, well, we need you to. Your only light source is a is just a lighter," and I'm like, "Fucking hate you guys." Yeah, like, but yeah, but yeah. But I'm definitely willing to torture myself and do like a fun challenge run on stream. Well, the thing is that I'm basically gonna be streaming like all of the games that I play. Let's try for it. It's not gonna do much damage. I say that, and I hit him with my horn. I hit him with my torch. I hit him with my Chris. Actually, quite significant. Hit him with my stinger. Yeah, I hit him with literally everything, and he died. Okay, longsword. Grab that. This. Steal. So let's put that sword at basically. As a YouTube video title, I beat the games of water. I hate that. I hate clickbait. That's the one thing I will never do. Is I'll never try to clickbait. I'll do I'll do fun titles like right now the stream's titled "Not All That Glitters Is Gold." Not all that glimmers is gold. You know, just because I was doing Esper runs. Uh, but I would never go like you won't believe what I did in Caves of Cod. My build is so overpowered. You know, like I'm not gonna do that. I really I just, I see people doing that. It makes me angry. It makes me sad. But people do say like, oh, you gotta do it. Yeah. Yeah, but honor doesn't put food on the table, as a wise man once said. Oh man, I love this phrase where you basically ask, yeah, go to a battlefield and ask the men who died, like ask the soldiers who died what honor means, what honor got them, and well, because they're dead, honor got them killed because they were honorable soldiers, and and that's the joke. It's the moral of the phrase is that like all honor got them was an early grave. You know, you know, they were honorable, they didn't retreat, but now they're dead. And that honor is, you know, kind of moot. But you know, I'm more than willing to die for what I believe in. As long as not believing in it wouldn't be just super easy. But also because I'm lazy to do that, and I'm not good at making like creative things, and I feel like I wouldn't be able to sell it. Like those guys who make those like clickbait titles, they're like they're like hype beasts. Like they can hype up like they could be like they're like one of those telemarketers that they could hype up a fucking they could hype up a bar of soap, like as if this bar of soap were like, you know, jerky off or something. Yeah, I'm not a salesman. I'm, you know, I'm just a guy playing video games. Not even a guy who plays video games very well. A guy who plays video games. This is what is this? Oh, glass furnace. What's this? Power broadcast station. What are you? I think I broke it. I wish I could take this. Like, imagine if I could just take. Like, I wish you could dismantle these random, like, power cables and all that for like the resources inside of them. That's a difficult question. Um, do I have faith in the future? I try to, but to be honest, considering what the present's currently like, I can only imagine what the future. There's two things of thought. Either the future is going to be better or it's going to be worse. And if it's worse, oh my god. Oh, it's really fucked. Yeah. As 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 scientists say, we have we will either conquer the stars or we will die. We will either conquer the universe or we will die on this planet. Whether become a spacefaring nation or, you know, or like back during the Cold War, we must either love each other or we must die. And I don't know about you, but I don't see many people loving each other. I don't see global love being a thing anytime soon. So I have hope for it. You know, I definitely want to see the future, but I've got I'm both pessimistic and optimistic. It's very true. Yeah. Bigger in the shadows. Well, I can only hope that well, currently, like I was mentioning with the space thing, or like you know, conquering the stars and stuff. Hopefully, Elon Musk is not evil. That's one of the things is that like people like uh, make Elon Musk out to be like a very, you know, scummy millionaire or billionaire. And I can only hope that it's not true. That they're just like full of shit. Because if they're actually right, we're fucked. Because Elon Musk is like one of the very few people. Yeah. Well, the thing is that the reason that we need to conquer more than one, like we need to be on we need a fail safe, because currently if relationships between Earth's different nations falls apart, we could end up with like a glassed planet. We if nuclear war happens, we're fucked. Yeah, I always find it funny when people like vilify rich people. It's like, is it is your problem that they're rich, or that they're a human being that has power? It's like you look at government officials and like like these people decide like how other people live their lives. It's like what's the difference between like Joe Biden and Elon Musk? Like, why are people vilifying Elon Musk more than they're vilifying? Well, I mean, they're probably still vilifying Joe Biden, but like they're treating poor Elon, or maybe he is a poor Elon. Maybe he is evil. He is what people call him. But I don't know. It's like Elon's just trying to, he's his own man. He's not like a corrupt politician that's like in somebody else's pocket. Yeah, but everybody has the potential to be evil. That's the thing. Is that like the only difference between me and Elon Musk is Elon Musk has money. That's the only. Like, if I had Elon Musk's money, do you think I would be doing like what he's doing? I wouldn't be trying to change the world. I'd be trying to like. That's the reason that rich people are rich, is because they know what they're doing with money. I wouldn't know what to do with money. Like, you give a normal man $1 million, and he'll have that $1 million spent on just coke and hookers. You give a rich man $1 million, he'll turn it into $1 billion. Yeah, you'd live out your fantasies for like a few years until the well dries up, and you're like, oh, I've been living like a playboy, and now I can't afford the playboy lifestyle, and now now I'm in $1 million of debt because I misplaced my money, and I don't know. That's the sort of thing that can happen. You gotta be careful of. Yeah. If I got $1 million, I would give it to somebody I trust. I would give it like to my mom or somebody that would like know what they're doing. I would give it to a responsible adult that I trust. I don't trust myself at all. That's what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, the thing is, if you have a lot of money, you have to also make a lot of money. Otherwise, that money goes away. Oh yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I If it wasn't for my family, I'd be homeless right now. I'm 24 and living with my family. Yeah, but that's also like a thing, like especially with the like I live in a city now, but like I came from like really rural like East Coast of Canada, so like people treat me like, yeah, you're 25. Yeah, but like people treat me like and say like, oh, you should move to Africa. It's like, dude, there's people back home. Like my mom, one of my mom's friends is still living with her parents, or their parents are living with them. It's like, we're where I live, like communal family living is like commonplace. Like, and like the thing is that I'm not just living with my sister. I'm just it's my sister's house. It's it's my sister who owns the house. It's my mom's living here. My grandparents are living. Or one pair of my grandparents are living here, and my one of my uncles is living here. So you know, it's like it's not only is it not the same, but like even if it was me living off somebody else, it's still like it's not wrong. Like the only person, there's only two people that can decide whether or not it's wrong. Is that's my sister who's letting me live here, and me. If nobody else cares, then if anybody else has a problem with that, it doesn't matter. Because they're not part of the equation, you know? And like it took me a long time to be like, you know, this is okay. Like, you know, I'm not a monster. I judge myself so much. And that's the funny thing is that like nowadays people try to judge me the same way as to judge myself, and I'm like I can't even hear the noise anymore. It's like they try to be like, oh Calvin, you're scumbag. You know, you're living off somebody else's money, and it's like, am I? You know, is that how they feel? Like, who are you to tell me how my family members feel? Like, and the thing is, if I ask my family and they lie to me that they're not okay with me doing this, then it's what can I do? Like, I can't just like I can't. If I'm being lied to constantly, it's not like I can be like, oh, I should change independently because nobody tells me that I'm doing anything wrong. But like, you know, and like I already went through the cycle of like the self-loathing, and it's like, you know, it's no point in me hating myself. I've given up on that notion. It didn't get me anywhere. Plus, now that I like have some self-respect, self-esteem, like I'm trying to make money, like, and you know those same people, they oh, yeah. The thing is that like those same people I was just talking about, they're gonna see what I'm doing right now, and then I'm gonna be like, that's not a real job. As if this is as if this starts making me money, as if that money that I'd be making is like fucking monopoly money. It's like no, if this becomes this is a job that people can get real money doing. If I start making real money off of this, then nobody can say anything because it's money in the pocket is the only thing that matters. Yeah, exactly. Why should they affect my reality? It's because they you know because they cause they're basically they're preying on weak people, the people who act like that. Because only a weak person would actually listen to what they say. And I don't mean weak as in like, you know, apathetic. You listen to what other people say is, you know, vulnerable people to say it in like a different, you know, like people that are like scared and people that are like, you know, in a bad way. People who don't have self esteem and care about what other people think. And the thing is that humans have a hard time, like especially with me. I give more power to the opinions of strangers than I do my close family and my own. So when a stranger tells me something, it makes me feel more emotional about it. So if a stranger tells me you're doing a good job, you know, you're a great guy, you know, it's so much more powerful than my mother telling me she loves me. But that shouldn't be the way it is. It shouldn't at all be the way it is. And, you know, that's one of those things about being like the flaws of the human brain. Yeah, it's part of the human condition. Yeah, that's what I mean. It says it's a human flaw. It's one of those things that like you can't initially control. You either figure out a way to control it or figure out a way to change it or cope rather. So I've found a way to cope. I've managed to change the way my brain works, and I've been doing that my entire life. Like I am very much like people call me strong-willed. It's not that I'm strong-willed. My will isn't strong, but it's malleable, and I have like done everything in my power to change the way that I think because if I didn't, I'd be dead by now. I would not be in a good place if I hadn't changed all the aspects of my person. It's like I've been in hell. But now I'm in a really good place. I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. And you know, now the works or it doesn't. I'm not. I'm not gonna get too torn up if Twitch falls through and doesn't, you know, like if I can never like become successful on Twitch, then that's fine. I'll just keep going until it kills me. You know. I want to auto collect liquid, please. I don't want to clean my my water skin with water. You know. That's currently my goal, and that's not even like I'm not going out of my way to do it because like I'm on income support because I definitely I truly and obviously like this is coming from the government, so like you know I'm definitely not being fraudulent with this sort of thing. Like I definitely have like mental issues that are like big enough for disabilities. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I know. It's there. I know the methods. Like if I want to grow, I can do this or that, and honestly, I'm gonna put in the time, and I'm gonna put in the effort, and if I need to change, well, I'll figure out what I can do that I want to do. Like right now, I'm thinking, or when I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I should play smaller games that have like a cult following, like this game. Luckily, I have quite a few games that I play like this, but I also don't want to be tied down to a game like I've said before. I need to find a game that I can build a community with, and then see what I can do from there. You know, I got to toe the line. There's a lot of inside baseball. Yeah. I, I kind of feel weird about that part. It's like, you know, like I do, like, you know, I mean, that's why I haven't set up like a donation button. Is because I feel weird about like people giving me money. I have a weird feeling about money in general, let alone being given money by other people. But yeah, definitely, I definitely don't know what I'd do if people started telling me what to play. Like I don't know what I'd do. Well, it's easier said than done. I'm gonna be honest. I have a hard time not feeling weird. All I know how to do is feel weird. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm gonna. So I'd rather wait to like do that sort of thing like once I want to at least become like an affiliate or whatever it's called on Twitch before I set up a donation button. Just because you know that's my goal. And like obviously like you know I could set up a donation button whenever, but like I don't know. It's just, uh, I know for a fact that I'm not just gonna give up on this. But yeah. But also, I'm like really excited for like, because obviously I can't be putting like too much money into this. Like, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I like average like 10 viewers, yeah. I'm I'm very like, it's not that I'm hesitant to put money into it. It's that I don't have money to put into it because like I can't be taking money that like would otherwise be like food because I only get like a small amount of money every so often. But like, yeah, I basically bought the games that are currently on my Steam account with like money I've saved up for years. Like to buy video games. I didn't used to like play. I didn't used to buy PC games. But Like I'd play like free games like Caves of Cut and Dwarf Fortress, those types of things. Because holy shit, now that I'm looking at like, oh my god, so many games. Like, you know how much money it would cost to buy all this stuff? But like, so right now, like I have a low selection of games, but like, I don't know. I'm kind of I always get excited when I think about the future, and it's like, well, once I get popular, like holy shit, I'll be able to play like imagine if I become big enough that that people start like game developers and stuff start sending me copies. Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely like once I that's also a thing that like I don't like to mention like, oh hey dude, I noticed you haven't followed me yet. Like, oh could you please follow? Like that makes me feel like an absolute like it makes me feel like just it makes me feel so weird. Actually makes me feel like just sort of like an inconsolable monster for some like god awful reason. Like yeah, that's why I was putting up YouTube videos. It's, well, mostly for the VOD. So the VODs can be like put up for like 20 months down the line. Like you'll still be able to like see the VODs. Yeah, like I don't want to be one of those people who's like, comment, and subscribe. If you're watching the VOD, please go and follow my Twitch account. Please, show your family. Like I don't want to do that. Oh my god, I don't want to really punch the like button. Consider subscribing. That actually makes me violently anxious, and I'd much rather just people want to do that sort of stuff. They can go ahead. If they don't, they can go ahead and not. Yeah. I mean, there's guys who are well. I won't even say like they're doing it like well they're doing it because it's become their job. Like people who completely devoted themselves to like I wouldn't even say for the money, but yeah, they won't mention. I mean, yeah, punching like buttons, bro fist. I don't know. I don't even judge like PewDiePie and all those people for doing it. Like that's like they're doing what they have to do. They're doing what they have to do. But I'm not gonna do it because I don't feel comfortable doing it. Except like I do judge those. I do judge the. Yeah, that is true. He did have a child audience that like he did like he's been on YouTube for a long time, and so like his old audience or his he still has the same audience, but they've changed with him, and he's changed with them. That's you know I don't know. I don't even know what kind of audience I would want. Like if I could choose which audience, like, it doesn't matter how many, but like what age range, I'd be like honestly, I've always gotten better. Yeah, I think he was kind of trying to see what he could get away with. Yeah, and he did cause the adpocalypse. There's so many people that hate PewDiePie now for that. And I'm just like, man, poor guy was just trying to mess around, and then like everyone's like, oh, he's anti-Semitic, and I'm like, no, he isn't. He he literally He literally just made a joke. It's called. It's like it's humor. Like he's not going around like legitimately believing those things. Like a lot of people put words in his mouth, and I'm just like, yeah, obviously not. He doesn't give a shit. Like he. That's what I hate about like the internet right now. Is that it used to be a place where you could be yourself, or you could be somebody you're not. You used to be able to do whatever you want. You used to be able to be whoever you wanted to be. But now you gotta be. You can be anything but yourself. Because being yourself is dangerous. Yeah, it's super hypersensitive, and it's just like I'm an insensitive person. That is one of the things that I would say is my biggest flaw, is that I'm super insensitive. Shadow, yeah. It's money. It's people. It's that there's enough voices on the internet that if you piss off enough of the voices, you know, people with money here, you know, that's the problem. Is that the people are afraid of their shareholders finding out about what shit posters say on Twitter. That's the sort of thing that is like it's a bunch of old people not realizing that like this is what the internet's been this entire time. It's like people who were born like before the internet became a thing and are like, oh, they're talking negatively about our product. We should be very upset. They're talking about one of the people that sponsor a product as anti-Semitic opinions. You know, like PewDiePie, and it's like it's just horseshit. It's just an absolute like shit fest, and it's a bunch of boomers. It's a bunch of old. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm very, like I said, insensitive. Like, yeah, I'm a very caring person, and I'm not like I will ride and die by the fact that like I say I'm not and I mean that, not a racist, but I act like racially insensitive. Like I'll make black jokes at time from time, like like, but I'm not racist. You know, I'm insensitive with the like gender issue, but that's not me saying that I hate people who like believe they're whatever they feel like they are. I don't care. Like that doesn't bother me. But I'm still gonna crack jokes at their expense. Like I'm gonna say off color jokes. But I don't actually believe any of that stuff. Like I don't actually believe anybody's less, valid because they believe something. I don't care. Like it's that people were more tolerant. People need to be more tolerant of intolerance. Because like there's actual people that hate you, and there's people that are indifferent to you. And if you treat their indifference as hatred, yeah, yeah, that too. Yeah, like I don't think I'm superior. I mean, there's differences. There's differences. Like the average, like African, a person who has like traced their bloodline to like recent African like people, like recent act, like you know, like within the last 10 generations were born in Africa or like from Africa. They have like they were industrialized far later than Europe. They like the Industrial Revolution came to Africa way later than Europe. So Europeans got used to like easier life. So Africans will have more dominant, will be more dominant physically because that's just how it is. Yeah, like they will basically they're Africans or like any sort of indigenous people, like the First Nations people in the Americas. They are closer to our hunter gatherer roots than like the white man, like someone like me. It's not even that they lagged behind; it's that they didn't realize there was like they didn't like well, they were far separate. Like they were they were basically dragged along. It wasn't that they lagged behind; it's that somebody else came to them, and instead of letting them do their own thing naturally, they were like, "We're just gonna take you. Let me take you on a wild ride called slavery." Sorry, why am I laughing? But like somebody might come over here and come to me and be like, "Oh, that's that's racist." What I just said, and I'm like, "How?" Like there's actual racism, and then there's being insensitive, or like because I consider myself insensitive because I don't really care. But like, yeah, I'm mocking history. Like I'm making fun of things that happened way long ago. You know, like what is it? Like every person, nobody alive, like no modern day African American is a slave, and no modern day white man is a slave owner. Those are our ancestors. That's like getting mad that, like, that's like getting mad at a monkey because at one point that monkey might have been like, or your relative. It's like what you get mad at this monkey because his great ancestor fucked your mom or fucked your great ancestor. It's like no, because that'd be ridiculous. It's like yes, it's recent, but like also like get over it. Like there are people that have benefited from it. Families that have benefited from it. Target those people. I am a descendant from Ireland. My ancestry comes from Ireland. I'm pretty sure none of my family had a slave. Yeah. It doesn't exist right now. It's like there's people you can get mad at. There's governments, there's like nations you can get mad at. But don't get mad at individuals that have nothing to do with any of it. That's that's my problem. It's like there's a time and place. There are actual racists still out there. Why are you treating like someone like me who's just insensitive? Like I don't think more or less of any other race. I'm not an actual racist. Go get mad at people who have like literally joined the KKK. Like come on, there's doesn't make any sense. It's just and the funny thing is it probably like yesterday I was afraid to say something like this, but now I'm just like full bore like, god damn, because somebody and hell it might have been you, or somebody mentioned like, oh, well, you're kind of afraid to mention like this, that, and the other, and I'm like, yeah, because I'm kind of scared. But now I'm because my brand, my like streamer persona is me. Like that's what I want to give people is that like I'm a genuine person that you can have a conversation with. Yeah, I'm not talking like I'm not like pretend to be this upbeat person. I'm not. I'm just me. All this energy is my energy. It's not some. I'm not some news anchor. I'm not like what's a. I don't have something. I mean, think of PewDiePie. PewDiePie probably isn't constantly asking his like close relatives if they want to bro fist. Like that's he's not going around doing shit like that. Maybe, probably not. Pretty sure. But like, I'm. But yeah, they mentioned That I'm a little bit stage. I'm a bit of afraid of being put in the spotlight in terms of these like issues. But like, yeah, I'm not a character. But now and today, I'm just like, because I change day by day, like, my behavior. Yeah, yeah, I'm trying my best because this is definitely what I'm attempting to be. But man, the gavel is gonna come down on me someday. Eventually, imagine going from a nobody to being a somebody that gets canceled. What a novel concept! I want to get canceled. I want to get there. I want to be at the point where that would even change. That like, man, wouldn't that be cool? But yeah, I'm a bit bipolar. Well, I say bit bipolar. I haven't been diagnosed yet, but I'm pretty sure if I went up to a psychologist and I explained myself and why I think I'm bipolar, they'd be like, yeah, dude, you fit the bill. But because I was so depressed earlier, like earlier in my life, that I was mostly just depressed. I was 99.9% depressed and only like 0.01% manic. But now that I'm like out of the like major depression, I'm currently like I'm feeling the mania. I'm feeling the swing, which I wouldn't even call it a swing. It's not like a pendulum. Like I don't swing one way and then swing the other way. It's more like I'm easily shifted, like depending on like my mood and my emotions. Yeah, I don't have that sort of thing. Like I mean, well, I used to when I was a little kid and I had like bouts of mania or bouts of like hyperactivity. I did some crazy shit. Like, I've done some very dangerous. I've mooned like a I always call it a bishop or like a priest, but he's like he's a Salvation Army officer. It's a church or like a religious like I wouldn't say like more like a group, like a church group. Yeah, I I'm more so like basically my way of dealing with it is that I try to keep focused on what I do regardless of how I feel. So like if I'm depressed, I'll do the same thing I do when I'm manic. And when I'm manic, I'll do the same thing I do when I'm depressed. Rather than letting my emotions change how I act, I just try to remember that this is how I'm supposed to do it all the time. So if I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm still gonna be, doing what I do. Rather than like rather than being like chained to my emotions. Because I'm emotionally unstable at the best of times. But but I basically don't let it affect me. Essentially, that's how I do it. That's how I've managed to cope, and I've come a long way the past like 7 years. That's how long. I wouldn't even say that's how long I've been fighting. I've been fighting depression ever since I was born. I was born this way. Like when I was like 5 years old, or 4 or 5 years old, I was having like existential crises. Like I was trying to think back, like what was it like before I was born? Like I was thinking like so there was a time when I didn't exist. And like I thought about how it spanned and like that I'm actually gonna alt tab so I can see my own hand. I'm actually gonna go to just chatting for a second so you can see my hands. So yeah, I was like that. It depended on my mood because, like I said, I'm kind of bipolar. So well, basically, now that I think of it now, oh yeah, my dog. But now that I think about it, like I can really see what I used to be like. And well, it fits. I basically I wear the shoe. I call myself bipolar because the shoe fits. I haven't been diagnosed yet, but next time I go to my doctor, I will mention it, and I might be able to get the official verdict. But I'm not really like overly, yeah. It's just because it's the word that like people will understand. Like people who know about mental disorders will understand. Like I believe I have undiagnosed bipolar disorder, and people understand me. But so when I was a little kid, I thought about how like the entire expanse of before I was born, how many years has it been where I didn't exist? And then I was like, okay, so like since the dawn of time, I did not exist. From the dawn of time till my birth, in between that, I didn't exist. And then the same thing will happen. It will be my life, and then I will stop existing. And then same way as from before till the dawn of time to from then my death until the end of time, I will no longer exist. That's that was in my brain as a 4-year old. So you can kind of understand why my brain is so messed up as an adult. It's because I was living that since I can remember. So I just saw, and I was, I'm still afraid of death. Like death is something that's on my mind constantly. Oh, I wish I could see it like that. That's the thing is that like I had to rationalize it at a very early age that like I can't focus on the fact that I'll die. If I die, I die, and that I need to live while I still can. One of the things I fear the most because just, I'm this small fragment of time. I'm in this small window that I get to exist, and I'm so afraid of that window being closed, shut before. Like I want to live forever. Like people always say, like, oh, if you're immortal, you'd lose everything. You'd eventually see everything you love die. But if I die, then everything I've ever loved, not only will I see it for the last time, I will never see it. Like I will never be able to remember it. I will never be able to think about it. I can't. There's no remorse in death. You just aren't. Well, because that's what I believe is that I'm an atheist, so I don't believe there's an afterlife. But like I tried hoping that there was an afterlife, and then I just realized that like I can't believe it because I just don't. I don't believe it. And that's it's deep, very deep, and I've been that deep ever since I was born, and it's scary. I was born into a Christian family, and honestly, they scared me away from Christianity because I was like, God's pretty scary. He wants me to die, or he like if I live a certain way, he'll welcome me with open arms, and if I live any other way than that, he will damn me to hell. And I'm like, it's kind of hard to, you know, the Christian God is not a forgiving God. That's all I'm gonna say. But they say God loves you. Yeah. Oh man, like when I was first born, like not first born, but when I the first Christmas that since I could remember, like since like my personality popped in my head. Yeah, I don't follow any from religions either. Um, because obviously, I mean, like I'm interested in them. They sound cool. Like I'm interested in learning their like history and like their significance and stuff like that. That not as like an actual like religious person, but basically like the first time the first Christmas I can remember, we had breakfast with Santa, And I'll let you guess. Who do you think was Santa? Who do you think was dressed up as Santa Claus? I'll let you get. I'll fiddle with my equipment and let you guess. Who do you think was Santa Claus? Nope. My it was my grandfather. My grandfather was dressed up as Santa Claus, and I won't make you guess because this part is the thing that like is very difficult for someone to guess. Is that the thing that tipped me off about my grandfather being Santa Claus is that he was wearing his glasses. My grandfather, like, my brain clicked in its head. It's like, why is Santa Claus wearing my grandfather's glasses? And then I look closer, and I'm like, that's not Santa Claus, that's my grandfather. And then I burst out saying, Pop, why are you dressed up as Santa? And I basically ruined Christmas for all those little kids. Yeah. But yeah, my problem as a kid was I was too smart for my own good. And but after that, like I looked at everything. So I'm like, I immediately looked at that and I'm like, Easter Bunny's fake. Tooth Fairy's fake. The only thing I knew about the Tooth Fairy up to that point is that if I lose a tooth, I get money. And I was like, well, after that Santa Claus debacle, I like sometime after that, I was like, hey, Dad, do you have a like a loonie in your pocket, which is a single dollar, like a coin that's worth a single dollar in Canada? I don't know, but if I think America is the only place that has like single dollar bills, because otherwise, never mind. But so I was like, hey, Dad, do you have a loonie? And it's like, why? And it's like, well, I have a loose tooth. And he's like, okay, what do you want me to do about it? And it's like, well, it's loose. Why don't you pull it out? And he's like, okay. So he pulls out the tooth, and I'm like, okay, I know the tooth. Let me get you this real. I know the tooth fairy isn't real. So can I trade in this tooth for that loony? And it's like, here you go. Like it was just, I was just like, hell yeah, and I was like, ow, because that tooth was not ready to come out at all. But guess what? I made a dollar. I made a dollar that day. That oh man, that hurts so much. But yeah. That was the kind of kid I was. I was just like I was unpredictable because I was like the smartest kid you'd ever meet. Like how many kids do you know that was like, well, like three was like, oh, Santa Claus isn't real. I've been lied to this entire time. And then immediately took that same sort of like skepticism to like everything in their life. And just started like, what in the hell? Snail encrusted? It's crawling. Oh yeah. That's what it's crawling with tiny snails. But like, yeah, I did all kinds of just insane like stuff as a little kid. Like I was a super yeah. That's how I learned to survive. It's very true. But I also knew like I'm one of those people that save their money like as if like you know, like I only buy things that I need or not need but like because I knew that like okay as a kid I was like okay I'm not gonna spend my money on candy because I was playing video games all the time. It's like I'm gonna save my money for when we go to the big city so I can buy video games. So I'd end up being like yeah, I was a very frugal kid. Like I was a miser actually. I was closer to a miser, like Scrooge McDuck, except I didn't have a job because I was a kid. But like my parents would give me like food or not food, would give me money for like candy or something, and I'd be like, I just store it away in my. I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't even. I wouldn't go out to buy the food. I would just put it in my pocket, and I would just do that like all the time, and just like slowly like accrue money and be like, okay, now I can buy video games. Like imagine, like there were times when I was like 12 years old where I'd have like hundreds of like not hundreds, but like over $100 in my wallet, and my mom was like, "Damn, where have you been keeping all this money?" And it's like Christmases, I get money from my family, and I have a big family, so save all that money, and then same thing. Like I don't have a job, so I'm like well, penny pinching, but I save all the money I can find that I can get my hands on, that I'm given or one way or another. And that's how I bought so I bought my current webcam. That's how I bought the games on my Steam list right now. It's just money that I've been saving up for that rainy day. Honestly, originally I was saving up to buy a PS5, but I was like, not really. It's that what does money buy me? There's only one thing that money buys me that I really care about, and obviously besides the living thing, like the amount of money that I require to live. Like obviously I want that, but do I don't like stuff. Like I don't want a painting. I don't want like a Picasso's painting, like $1 million painting to put on my wall. Like my wall. I pick up my webcam. I, I pick up my webcam and show you my wall. It's got nothing. It's barren. It's barren. Completely barren. I don't do that sort of thing. I have no aspirations to become like if I had $1 million, I wouldn't be like, oh, I gotta spend it all. I'd be like, how do I make this money make me enough? Like basically, I would look at it. Well, obviously, I would need somebody else to do this because I wouldn't know how to do it personally. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, exactly. That's the word I was thinking. Aesthetics. Like I wouldn't buy a Lamborghini. I wouldn't buy like a because Lamborghinis, like, what are they expensive for? They look cool. They have a brand name and they're fast. I don't I don't even want to drive. Like, I'm afraid to drive, so I'm not gonna buy a car. I'm not gonna buy I want practical things. I want to buy a better computer. I want to buy games. Well, games aren't really practical, but that's the thing that I do like with all my time. Like yeah, the main thing is that also I don't need a car. Now that I think about it, assuming that I work from home, the working from home thing is the most important thing for that. So otherwise, I need to do transit. Yeah, but yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. The practical for mental health. This is very true. It's video games have been my coping mechanism for years. But but well, where was I going with it? But yeah, I wouldn't buy anything fancy. Like the closest thing to memorabilia or not memorabilia, but I used to like stuffed animals. So I have a. Let me go back to just chatting again. And over here, see if you can see it. Don't mind the lines. You can kind of see my Ezio statue. Not Ezio, Connor statue. Yeah, it's Connor from Assassin's Creed 3. Because I got the collector's edition for some sort of in-game thing before I realized they were garbage. But yeah, you can kind of see my stuffed toys. But I didn't buy the collector's edition for the statue. The statue was irrelevant. But it was like an in-game thing that I wanted or something along those lines. I can't remember. But yeah, I used to be big on stuffed animals. So that's the sort of stuff I had. And now I'm not like I don't have any decorations around my room. Like most of the stuff is just stuff that I've randomly collected and have, instead of being put in boxes, have been put around my room. That's the sort of yeah. I don't really collect anything. It's that I also don't throw anything away, for the most part. Like I just, but I'm not a hoarder. Like I used to. I mean, like I don't collect. I don't collect things at random. I collect things that I want, and I don't collect them because I want to have a collection of them. I have them because like, I don't have a collection of stuffed animals because I wanted a collection of them. It's because I wanted to cuddle with. I used to sleep with stuffed animals. Like I used to have like 50 stuffed animals on my bed. Like, and I keep them around because what's the point of throwing them out? Like to make space? Yes, but there are two stuffed animals that are definitely for stuffed for sentimental value. One that I've had ever since I was born, like a stuffed animal that one of my uncles literally went out and bought, uh, and then gave to me, which has basically been with me for longer than I can remember. Like literally longer than I can remember because I was a little kid. Oh, this protects me against. Oh, I have multiple faces. Yeah, I basically the only reason I regularly clean my room now is because I don't want I want to be presentable, so I need to make sure my camera's good. You can see into my closet because I think I opened it and forgot to close it, but I need to do my laundry. But yeah, I'm a bit of a slob. It's not even. It's like if I feel dirty and if the room looks dirty, like basically if it bothers me, I'll clean it. But if it doesn't bother me, well then why would I, you know, do the thing? You know. But yeah, it's also a bad habit. Yeah, I neglect my surroundings very much so as well. I think I'll be fine as long as I'm careful with these turtles. I mean, but like, I don't make a habit of wasting money. Is what I was trying to say. Is that like, you know, like, and you could say this in terms of like the stream. Like, if someone were to give me money, I would save it. I would save it, spend it on on video games, or use it to eat, like use it for food. Yeah, it is a really good trait to have. I mean, I occasionally buy like novelty items, but I hate novelty items that have no purpose. I bought a novelty mug, and then I used the mug, and it's currently uh, like it served a purpose. Like I bought other novelty mugs, but again, I used them to drink out of. I have a video game memorabilia you know Infamous from Sucker Punch, same guys who did Ghost of Tsushima. Um, that game there was a collector's edition where you got the character's backpack or satchel, and I was like, that's practical. I might have a use for that, and I like the game, so I want to buy the more expensive version to support the developers. So I did it. You know, I wouldn't say I wasted my money. I I used my money the way that I wanted to use my money. Like it wasn't like and I don't regret the decision now because I still look at that thing and I'm like, I could put stuff in that. Like that's an object of use. It's expensive, but that's because I chose to buy it because it was yeah, exactly. I don't believe in wasting things, so I don't waste anything. Like I hate wasting food. That's one of my things. I actually have a I can't throw out food that I've just eaten. It will make me like violently gag. Like I will try to clean off my plate into the garbage, and just the idea that I'm putting the food that I was just eating, or food that's adjacent to what I was just eating, into the garbage, it makes it feel like I was eating a plate with garbage on it. It makes me gag. It's like a weird, oh god. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I I need to fight this fire. Okay, it's floating above me. Okay, what does phase even do? How does that help me here? How do I fight this thing? It's gotta be something. Okay, equip. Gotta be careful. Okay, let's flurry this thing. Yeah. I've fortunately never suffered from something like that. I mean, I am paranoid. Oh, actually, I lied because I am kind of paranoid, but not like that kind of paranoid. Like, I seriously I worry about illogical things happening. Like, I think if I cross the road, I might end up being run over, which is usually logical. Do you dream? Well, everyone dreams. This is whether or not you remember the dream. So, yeah, I almost always dream. Like, it's just whether or not I remember it. I really need to beat out this flame. Yeah, sorry, I got real quiet, but I'm trying to avoid being murdered. Oh, I don't know how to set up something like that. Well, I say that I do have Streamlabs. God, I just need to get a Streamlabs. Yeah, I use OBS. I currently use Twitch Studio because it's like really easy to use. Like, I mean, when I say easy to use. I mean, like literally. That's not text box. It's true. Yeah, give me a second. I need to. Oh, this is where I am. I'm so confused. Yep. Oh, damn it. The amount of times I died of those things. Alright, I'm actually going to make a right cut because I'm scared to continue to die. Yeah, it was a decent run. It was definitely could have gone somewhere. I'm actually gonna boot up League. Just give me a second. I just need to X out of this. But yeah, I'm trying to set up my Streamlabs. It's a little complicated. I say well, because there's so many features, is that it's gonna take some amount of time before I figure out how to do it. Also, I'm just playing ARAM because it's kind of hard to talk and yeah, definitely. The top left of the screen. Yeah, the top left of the screen is probably the best place to leave this camera. But yeah, that's my plan. Just take things one step at a time. But yeah, it would be funny for people to have like a death counter in CUD. Honestly, that would. That would make me feel extremely anxious though, because I'd be like, God damn it! You're telling me just on this one stream I've died like 50 times? But yeah. Oh, then I could label the YouTube videos life like 156 to 167. It's like, oh, yeah. Hmm. So let me see. Is there a is there a menu that has that? I think there would be. Oh well, you could. It's definitely a mechanic, or not a mechanic, but like you could record your deaths. Ooh, Pantheon. That's nice. I like to play Tanky Pantheon. I'll explain that one. I'm just booting up this for like 2 seconds. Yeah. Oh, there definitely isn't. Oh, this high score. Yeah, I'll explain. What I'm doing in this. So I take Grass the Undying. It increases my max HP if I melee attack somebody in after being in combat with them for 4 seconds. This is Demolisher, which allows you to really destroy turrets later on in the game. Basically, like if you get one hit on a turret, you deal like 35% of your max HP, which can be a lot. It's better on certain characters. Second wind, basically, I heal when I'm damaged. I'm healed for percent of my missing health. And overgrowth, it's basically infinite HP. This is higher mana regen, increasing my mana pool, and this is cooldowns. That's kind of the setup I like to run. Yeah, but yeah, it would be cool if there was a stat tracker in Caves of Cud, so you can be like, how many times have I died in this game? Sorry, I'm getting the kinks out of my body. Very much sore from past few days of exercise. Yeah, they still don't, unfortunately. At least they don't believe. Yeah, you can't track your high scores. You can save your tombstones basically when you die. Gives you the option, but I don't. Well, I named my characters the same exact thing, so I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to differentiate the characters. I'm gonna. I'm gonna take this item. Basically, allows if you kill somebody, you can go invisible, which I find is very funny on this character because he's not supposed to be invisible. So when you make him invisible, it's just messes with people's heads. It has. It's I've been playing since like season 2, and it's changed so much. It's not even funny. I'm surprised that Lady won or that survived. Yeah, I'm dead, but we got a bunch of kills. Well, I didn't get the kill. Somebody else did, but I still got money for it. Some money, some tiny amount of money. Yeah, I both love and hate the changes that they made to this game. To be entirely honest, which doesn't really say anything. But yeah, they've made a lot of mistakes, but you know, they basically tried to make the game like turn it into like a well, they focus on the esports a lot, which you know kind of makes the people playing casually like suffer. You know. But yeah, also pretty decent at the game though. Oh, that poor Lulu. Whoa. Yeah, they're throwing snowballs at us, which it marks people, and then you can jump to them, which can allow you to do some weird things like this. Right? Yeah, I messed them up. They they tried to protect themselves because I went on them first, and then I changed my target. Yeah. But this guy, I'm gonna build him tanky with a side of damage, so it's gonna be quite fun for them to try to kill me. Once the later game comes, right now I'm still squishy.
It is not why I fight, but who I fight for.
But I hate when the characters talk and they just say some like thing I have no respect for. Like he just said, it's not why I fight, it's who I fight for. It's like, but that's the same. That could be the same thing. Essentially, it can make it easier for you to travel the map. That's what it's for. It's basically to make traveling the map like pseudo free. It basically gets you money based. It saves you money rather than earning you money. Is the better way to say it. That's what it does. It's like I think let's say it's like 30% of the water that you drink is recycled. So it makes it basically it makes you lose less money over time. So like if you have it for like thousands and thousands of turns, you could save like quite a bit of money. Uni. Yeah, I really like this item, Titanic Hydra, because it turns your HP into damage, and I have a rune that gives me infinite HP eventually, so I can get infinite damage. I mean, it doesn't really work infinitely, but it does like it's nice. It's a nice buffer at least. Oh, almost got him. Almost got him. Not really, but it's early game, or it's I had to re-level my character because something happened to my old one. Not entirely sure what happened, but basically it my old account got disconnected from my email, so I couldn't change my password. So, but no, I prefer Summoner's Rift. It's just I want to play ranked, and I can't play ranked right now. Oh, I went invisible. That's why I love this item, is because you go invisible and they're like, where'd he go? But yeah, it does suck. I assume somebody hacked my account, because like my password kept changing after I'd already changed it, and I'm like, what do you mean? Where did my account go? But why is my password changing? Yeah. God, he is so squishy. Oh, he doesn't even have like an item yet. Yeah, that shield isn't gonna help against me because I do physical damage and it only blocks magic damage. And I'm close to being able to just straight up buy the item. That my next item. Oh, there we go. Now I'm dead. So now I can buy items. Against their team, I'm gonna want these. They reduce the duration of CCs, and I'm gonna get this because it's a troll item. It's basically I just buy it once, and it's a one-use item that it turns me invulnerable. I'll get somebody killed with it. Maybe even myself. All right, let's time to go. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a free kill. I mean, it's also saved my life.
From the skies, they see war, but from the earth, there is only
Oh. Apparently she has, oh, Gore Drinker. I was like, when the world dealt damage to me? But yeah. Now it can go away. because I used it once. Once upon a time, I think you could buy it and then rebuy it over and over again. It's kind of funny. Let's try to find my way back to this. Their team is kind of all bought. Like, nothing that they haven't bought anything for me to worry about really. It's all just like the same generic stuff. Oh, almost. Tried to go for it. I need a backup for this guy. Yeah, I need some form of regeneration because right now my HP only goes down. So I need to figure out a way to heal myself. Yeah. I just memed and used my my ultimate to just do nothing basically. I didn't really try to do anything. Okay, now the question is, what do I want to build now? It's a very good question. Good question. I don't have an answer for. This. This is a fun item. It can also heal me a bit. Hmm. Livid is trying to turn into like a late game monster, but she's gonna be taking a long time to get there. Oh god. Yeah, we died. Okay though. I'll slowly become like this, like, because this makes me immune to damage from, or not. Yeah, this makes me immune to damage from a certain direction. So once I get a certain level of power going on, I'll just, and a certain amount of healing, I'll just be able to be like immortal. I'm also really not familiar with this guy, so I need to practice with him more. But yeah, I think that was really strong. The ability to do damage while you're immune to taking damage is kind of insane. But, Joe got flashed onto me for just like an auto attack, basically. It's not exactly worth that. He's even stacking his ability. It's must have been on minions. He's tanking turrets. The main thing in this game is people forget that these things exist. They're designed to stop people from just running up into you. And people end up taking so much ridiculous amount of damage. They try to fight underneath them. Like right now, see, like this Cho'Gath is just like and Mysterious. They're taking like hundreds of damage for free because they're standing too close to these things. And she kept running into us. I don't know why she did that. I like giving people the thumbs up just to mess with them. I'm just standing back so I can stay alive and make sure the enemy team doesn't do anything. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. I'm not too tanky yet. Once I get there, it'll be very fun. But the enemy team is not exactly very smart. So he did it again. He just took like 1,000 damage from walking too close to the turret. And again, see? Look at that! Look at that! Oh my god! Doing it again. Like, they're taking hundreds of damage from that. And they treat the thing like it doesn't even exist. But yeah, people in this game mostly their flaw is that they overestimate themselves. It's like they forget that they're mortal and they act like they're some sort of like unkillable god. And they walk under a turret and then they take like hundreds. How much damage do these things do? Yeah, they take it 200 damage from those things. Yeah. And they can do upwards of like 500 per shot. Give or take. Oh, whoops. Yeah, they underestimate those things. They keep pinging me as if I'm not like fighting the person already. Yeah, the enemy team keeps trying to 1v1 me, one after the other, and that's not how you're supposed to play against a character like this guy when he has items like this. Oh. I need to back up. Whoop. Still my abilities out. At this tiny guy. Yeah, I got ignited, but I'm fine. Just trying to stay safe, give myself a chance to recover. Eventually I'm going to get an item called Warmbox that's just going to make me unkillable. Because my HP will just like, if I'm left alone for too long, my HP will just like skyrocket. Yeah. Darius tried to ambush me and I'm just like, I just throw my ability in a random direction. Yeah, I just threw my body away there so I could the game can continue to go on because I like to stretch these out for a long time. Since I'm winning, I like to win for as long as possible before I have to start potentially losing. Oh, sad. But yeah, League is one of those games that I can turn my brain off, and unlike Caves of Cut, where if I turn my brain off, I just die. In League, I can turn my brain off and just like pure muscle memory, and I not do good, but just do like the same that I would do even if I was paying attention. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm just trying to find something. I think I have one of these. Oh yeah, I should. Oh god. Oh yeah, yeah. I changed. Oh my god, why do I have permadeath? I still had permadeath. I still have permadeath on the stream. Whatchamacallits. Um, at the stream tags, it still had permadeath League of Legends. I can't die. If I die, I have to, you know, I have to force my team to concede. Oh, yeah, don't mind me. I'm just scratching my chin. Permadeath real life. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. I have a rope. I have a I have a rope and chair just in case. Oh, no problem. Oh, you didn't mean to all caps? If that's what you mean. No, I don't care. It's like, well, actually, if unless it's the first word in a sentence or a proper noun, you're not supposed to have capitalization. Imagine if I was just like a grammar Nazi. It's like proper punctuation only. I'm also just clicking through the menus as I wait for the game to come. Wait, isn't it like 6 or 7 a.m. where you live? Why in the world are you still up? What are you doing to yourself? Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I have to do that sometimes as well. Instead, like just to relax, I would completely stop sleeping because when I try to sleep, yeah, oh yeah, exactly. I before I got my sleep pill, I couldn't sleep like properly. It would take hours for me to lie in bed before I passed out. So sometimes I just wouldn't even put in the effort to sleep. Apparently, Bard is disabled. Uh, wheelchair bard skin when? This guy's actually really good. There's I there's no way I'm taking Annie. I'll trade Jin.
In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
This guy's really fun. Hmm. I'm actually gonna get some like silly ability. With I'm gonna build basically not the same exact thing, but I'm gonna build a similar like setup to what I just put on Pantheon, except without the. Well, I mean, I'm a ranged character, so I don't really need. I get really good as a Viger. Yeah, Viger. Yeah, I love infinitely scaling champions like Nasus. Oh my god, I'm a top main. In Summer's Rift, I mean the top lane, and Nasus is one of those characters that if you leave him alone long enough, he will just win the game from just like standing in his lane. Like I had a game where like I could literally one shot people. Like I would press my Q and it would be like 1,000 bonus damage and would just like one shot people. And yeah, I want to buy this. This is work on range champions. Yeah, but it's very fun. Basically, you just all you need to do on Nasus and Viker is just constantly like be stacking. You know, damn it. You're just annoying, Vayne. Every Vayne in this game acts like they are the best. Hell, god damn. Our entire team is just one after another died. Oh god, he is fleet of foot. Why did he? That guy assumed that I was gonna give him Jin for some accursed reason. It's like, dude, why would you assume that I'm gonna give you the champion I'm currently on?
I provide catharsis for my clients and my victims.
I'd normally describe how Jin works, but like I don't even know how Jin really works, to be entirely honest. Apparently I killed her. The church did this? No, I did this. Okay, I can use my ult. Okay. And press the button to relock my camera. I just use it like that because I want to put it on cooldown so I can use it again, and then just keep doing that.
I am at my best only during the performance.
I hate when they ping and they don't say anything. So it's like I don't know what you mean by that. No, I don't know what that means. You gotta use your words. Oh, okay. Stun yourself, get hit by that. Okay, now he's under turret. And now he's dead. Here we go. Ugh. So I gotta be careful against as that guy, because you can be drawn into really bad scenarios.
I was paid to put on a killer show.
Already har har, it's a pun. He said killer. He's a murderer. He's basically the guy from for Vendetta. You know, quick Nash is dead. I don't have many stacks. I mean I have one less than the Kazakh says, so that's not too bad. You know that this is working. I gain 1% of my mana, missing mana per second, so it's quite nice. God damn. No, let me get hit by that. Oh, this is ARM and people are getting upset about it. Look how it, oh my god.
Only to the audience do I show my true face.
Oh yeah. It happens a lot when I play League. Well, not even. It's when anybody plays League. It's like you just. The chat is just like a. Just the salt mines. Center and pathetic.
Art
Uh,
requires a certain cruelty. With nothing, killing violence begins. No poet's words could match my craft.
yeah. Now my ult doesn't do much damage, but on high health enemies, but still for fun.
Death is certain, but killing doesn't have to be ugly. I must wait until the composition is perfect. I envy silence because I must be the
Huh? Okay. Oh god, I hit somebody with that. God, Vayne's just so predictable. Like they actually play in the every Vayne acts the exact same way. I knew she was gonna get baited into my team. That's why I behaved a bit strangely. I also like to put these things in range of the turret because people will see like this in Italy will end up moving straight into it. Hmm. Yeah, I'll collect her. I don't want these boots. Because Jin can end up being very fast.
I am the singer without voice, the dancer without legs.
Try to hit someone in the back.
Until they stop me, I will keep going. Which is the lie? The mask on my face.
Hey. I didn't expect the Vayne to just be standing in the bush. Yeah, see, the Vayne just goes like whole hog. Hmm. I think I want to go for this thing. Hmm.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I serve a
An
discerning
enemy
kind.
has been slain.
Honestly, did not expect Mordekaiser to suicide himself into that. Because his Mordekaiser's ultimate basically traps him in with the, or traps the two people into a 1v1. I don't know why he'd ever do that on somebody who is gonna kill him.
My work asks questions, never has answers.
super enjoying this. Also, my team is so upset with each other for some. Who knows what reason, honestly.
It is only when the gunfire is there.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Ally has been slain.
What sweet sadness is killing.
Shut down.
I knew you would find your mark eventually. I live for the applause. You will die for it. I get nervous before,
What is that marker? So weird.
but I need that
Your
feeling.
inhibitor has been destroyed.
The people are just pinging each other's like crazy stuff. Calm down.
My offer. My critics are
Aw, I didn't manage to take it from him. People just pinging random shit. Oh, yeah, I do enjoy League despite the constant toxicity.
shall choreograph this affair.
I want my mana back.
But your death shall. It is the performance that now that
Oh god, I need to run. I was like, oh.
Shut down.
Then I'm just like, oh no.
this would be easier if blood came in more colors.
This guy's W is super long range. He ends up dying with turret. Find him shit.
I cannot be good.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, people constantly talk about like damage in this game. It's like, yeah, you deal percent HP damage per existing. That's nothing. It's not. It's not something to be happy about. Oh. Oh. By the way, they just called themselves a clown. Is what I was gonna type in chat, but
Shut down.
like, what? Oh man, they leave. So mad.
Enemy has been slain.
Ecstasy of opening night. I will not suffer this ugliness. I am misunderstood. Beauty can't be evil.
God. Other I could you should probably never talk to people in League, just because it gets you nowhere. Yeah,
Behind every mask
team's kind of
is
it's a
another
team of
mask.
clowns. Yeah.
Very simple, and I should take that.
There's not much to talk about right now because obviously I'm just playing the game. But I don't know. Yeah, League is kind of a hard game to run the conversation by myself. It's a whole lot of button mashing.
My genius will be understood.
Where is the Leona going into? Damn it. Oh.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Uh.
Shut down. Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
God. That's probably the most toxic thing I've said all week. Implying it's sexually satisfied with me.
Breathe in
Tad soy boy. Uninstall. Oh god. Eh. Oh, I should probably buy this. I'm not gonna say it.
This performance needs more zazz.
Uh,
There is nothing for me but this. My work is pure.
to be fair, I didn't actually misspell anything. Oh, yeah, I don't get mad at the Pig anymore. More like humorous to me now. More than anything. Also, I'm gonna assume you passed out at some point. Oh yeah, I should think of what to play next.
Will you prove worthy?
Everybody does.
Will you prove worthy?
Probably not.
Let's go tank Kane because I like fucking around. uh, The fuck is a Calizard? It's actually hilarious because I'm not gonna say it in game, but it's actually kind of funny because names are. I mean, my name. Take my name for example. For example, Calvin. It's not a thing. Oh my god.
Very much upset the balance. Kill the body.
All right, Oh, he's just pale as fuck.
Their screams will echo this place.
God, yeah, it's time to. They're just AFK. At least I can speed type. Resurreal. The snowball. It's not even gonna do any damage. Oh god, damn! There's a lot of stun. Definitely gotta go for this.
Win one for science.
Well, unfortunately, that was like the most interesting that was happening because it's fucking League. God, I'm actually surprised that hit. I started moving immediately. They didn't emote. They can emote. It's fine. They're still typing. Man, well, that got his flesh. Oh.
has been slain.
Hey. Um.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh god. Uh. Oh my god.
Shut down.
Nice. Finally, I'm free. All right, now I can go right king.
Unstoppable.
I own the shadows. I will unleash them upon this wretched place. Bring on the weak and the strong. All will die. I am the undoing. Guess I was a bad influence after all.
Huh? I'm living rent free in Zed's. Oh, like actually though, I've got them muted and they're still fucking typing about me. Oh god. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh. Motherfucker apparently doesn't even know they're muted. They're still typing. Are they just trying to get like everybody else to hear them? Yeah, our team's a poke comp, so I don't really need to go in. Anytime soon, anyways. Oh. And I wish. I wish Zed's head was a like a 5-star luxury hotel. It's fucking you, man. Then I run free. Huh? Practicing? I don't even know what that means. Huh? Oh, you're the guy. I'll just ban you. Your words hold no power here. Where's the button? There you go. You're muted. It's just that easy. Oh, I like how you can't type to me in games, so you fucking come over to the Twitch end and try to message me, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh, it's too fucking stupid. I seriously live rent free in your head, though. Like, Jesus Christ. Calm down. Like, is this how you get your. Is this how you get off? You masturbate to talking to people in League of Legends? Is that all that gets you off at night anymore? Iger thinks he's moving. Thinks he's trying not to kill me. Or he's just wasting his ultimate to do a little damage, despite the fact that I regen. Alright, yeah. It's like, man, why in the world is he Leona going to town like that? It's like, oh, it's because it's almost damn. Oh, only half paying attention. Oh, look at the salty Zed. Spent half the fucking game typing. Typing to somebody that you.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
God! What do you mean I'm not good? I don't need to be good. It's fucking ARAM. So like I'm playing ranked. Oh, God. Hydra. Oh shit. Alright.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, the main reason I'm not even walking. I mean, aside from the fact it's ARAM, the main reason I'm also not trying is the team's very difficult to go in with. And plus, I'm kind of on a meme build. I have done pretty decently on King, but definitely not against like a team with all CC. I really don't. God damn it! I'm not used to that. Used to having skill shots that actually land, or they're wider, I should say. Get into the wall. Damn it! Yeah. Ability ended as I went into the wall. Now the question is, I should actually build some defenses. That's honestly what I should be doing.
An ally has been slain.
I'd laughably ping it. Cause yeah, it's Tank Kane. Like, yeah, it's not fucking good. Yeah, that fighter's actually pretty good at landing his E, just like directly behind you. So if you try to run away, he just gets you. Okay, didn't really try to avoid that at all. There we go, now we can go in. Now that's dead. And he's gonna end up back here probably. Oh no, he didn't even ult. I was like, oh, I'll get him on the rebound. Like, nah, he didn't even consider that. Oh, never mind. Trying to eat that for Hez, but unfortunately, not succeed. Okay, oh. I'll just back up. God, the funny thing is me and Sid's scores are the same, and I'm the fucking tank. Yeah. I should try Blue King one of these days, but I just love the ability. Oh god! Yeah, I got it. Whew. What? Oh, the Viger. Not managed to ult before the Viger got me. Or wait, should I be building? This be better? Oh no, I need the tenacity. Definitely need the tenacity. Any? Oh, I'm even looking at this. I was like, is there AP scaling on this guy? No. Unfortunately, not a thing. Well, the question is, what do I want to build on this guy? I'll build this. And I keep forgetting, I need to check. Does this do damage? No. God, I remember once upon a time it did like minuscule damage because it was AP scaling. Oh. Oh, oh, no, I'm not. Oh, damn it, I accidentally took it for the Zed. That's a bad position for him to be in. Yeah. Wait, what? Alright, well, I definitely do not want to be here. What's good? No, apparently he's going to, wait, what? I got warm. Maybe shit. uh, God damn. Oh. Oh god, why is he typing? Bet he used the gamer words. Oh god. Not the gamer words. How much HP do I, or how much AD do I have? Actually not a bad amount. Oh, damn it. God, the moment I try to dive in, they're gonna fucking stun the shit out of me. What is my plan? Spike on, well, sewer table wise. God damn. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected to go. How it would go down if I went in.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
God, yeah. Assassins are definitely not what you want against these enemies.
Destroyed. Enemy A summoner has disconnected.
Should probably stop playing Kane. Kane is definitely not one of the champs I'm good at. It's Abraham, so it doesn't really matter. Let's play another one. Hopefully we don't get the same guy, because a whole lot of type. Problem with League of Legends is that, or playing League of Legends on stream is that, like, it's not a game you really talk about anything with. Like the game itself is like boring as fuck. Especially with the playstyle I do. Like, well, if I was actually playing Summoner's Rift, is that I usually do like a split push, which never gets really exciting. So, but we'll see what I do when I get level 30, if I even keep streaming League. That's a good question. It's supposed to wind down anyways. Which is funny. Nobody ever calls League of Legends their wind down game. But it's a game I have so much muscle memory for. But Kane is definitely not a champion I'd have. Especially a character like to fuck around on.
Time to troll. In carnage, I bloom
The irony here.
like a flower in the dawn. Time to troll.
That's actually what I based my name on originally. Is Charizard. Basically my name, Calvin. And then replace the I in Charizard. A, and then Zard. Mainly because I didn't want to be Calizard. Or Calizard. I much preferred the Ring of Calizard. And I was like, ooh, I should probably change my name at some point. And then I never did. And, well, I'm kind of stuck with it now. I actually found it funny that guy went through the effort of, like, putting in my username into Twitch. Or Google, probably Googling it. And go to the Twitch. God damn. Only imagine. You could only imagine what people would suffer to be his friend. I mean, it must be as fucked up in the head as he is. Not even fucked up in the head, but just like, I don't know. Like-minded is what I should have said. I don't think they're fucked up in the head. They just, what is the word? What's the word I'm trying to use? I don't know. Egotistic? Oh yeah, the question is... Oh yeah, Trundle. Well, actually, Trundle is like really good to put the tank items on. Do I want a Divine Sunderer? No, I want to go... I actually want to go... That's for Gauntlet. Probably Legends is that, like, I don't really think about the game ever. That I'm kind of too busy, or not even that I'm too busy. It's that I don't really pay attention to anything that goes on in the game anymore. So I stopped really paying attention to how the game actually goes. Which is why I'm not really competitive anymore. I don't give a shit. Oh, I tried to bait him in. Like, I don't really think about, like, the lore or the video game. Like, in Caves of Cud, like, you can kind of talk, like, about the mechanics of the game, but, like, there's not really much mechanics to talk about, like, because you're sort of just doing the same thing over and over again. Kind of the same items on the same characters, but some are uniqueness to Cud. There's definitely people who can make it fun, but I mean, I don't play this game because it's fun. I play it because it's great. It's a game you can just turn your brain off to. Oh, I was like, how? Why was that one guy like gone out to the four corners of the world? Like, why is he still stood in the brush? I was like, oh right, that's why. Man, these people really love taking tower shots. I mean, I really has taken like 6 tower shots this game, and it's like not even 3 minutes in. Yeah, they got enough stuns for more treads.
King of trolls coming through.
And Teemo. Oh god, I could sell out Teemo. But they, yeah, they probably already know that he's there. Really needs to take your time. She's just sort of, she's just sort of throwing her abilities out without like thought. And she could have totally hit me with her stun, but she just chose to throw it out in such a fast way that she had to really assume where I was gonna be. Viger was like, wait, I didn't kill him? The problem with League is that you kind of gotta produce, well, making it interesting, you kind of gotta produce, like, situations. You gotta force, you either gotta be the person doing the, I gotta play like an assassin or something. Or you gotta have somebody that, or have an enemy that wants to assassinate you constantly. Yeah, I see the Pantheon. Did he ult behind us or did he just walk behind us? Oh. See, there she goes. She Jake's hit me with that one.
Shut down.
Well, is mine.
What do I want to play after this? It's a good question. I don't really want to be playing CUD all the damn time, but that's kind of what I want to play. God, that already took like all those shots. Ooh, poor. I was about to say that poor Ari is super dead, isn't she? Hey, well that MF salt is not gonna be it's gonna be wasted, is what I was gonna say. It's not gonna be too useful, that's what I was going for. How did that actually hit her? Like, I was surprised. I thought it hit me when I saw that that symbol pop up. Entirely honest. Fire doesn't really need Dark Harvest. It's kind of funny. Because he already kind of does infinite damage. Well, potentially infinite damage. So it doesn't really need... He already scales with one ability. He doesn't really need 2 scaling abilities. John is fun. John is fun because he's one of those characters that can make terrain. that just like fucks over the enemy team, especially on this map, because you have these like really small corridors. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a break for a while and eat supper, and then actually get a plan for what I want to do in terms of like what I want to play today. Yeah, I can't really do much. Damn it, my eating go down. Their team is taking. Well, I mean, fortunately for her, she didn't take any damage, but she took like any form of damage. Like if she walked close enough for Immolate, she would just straight up die. What is Pantheon doing? Oh. If Timo would land that auto tag, Pantheon would have just died. What? You could have killed Pantheon so long ago! And then he... Oh, god. Okay, this MF is way too far up. It's like, lady, you don't have any ED. Why are you auto-attacking people? You'd just be running. Just kite and wait for your cooldowns. The good little mage you decided to build yourself as. Yeah, like I'm not even gonna try to force myself to talk with League. It's like it would just take so much effort aside from just like mentioning anything that's going on. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm healing for my passive so I can sort of like do stupid shit. I like how the Viger's just standing in the slow. Careful. Every time a Viger lands an ability, by the way, he gains AAP, so I don't want to be letting him hit me too frequently. Got full mana now. This is why mana should be keeping pace. I remember when you used to build Ezreal with just like items that were blue. Not even because like not even because they were blue. It's just because those were the manas that gave mana. And then you build a Masamune or Miramasa, whatever it was called. And now whenever I see a blue item, I just think what? Like I really realized that I wasn't taking much damage from her, and then she immediately went on somebody else. It's like, oh, this was a mistake. I'm gonna stand so close to the turret. I'm gonna make it a little harder for them to dodge. Oh, their relics are coming up. Nice, I got the last one on that. Just reduce her damage a tiny amount. Now I should be able to do a bit more damage. What is their team mostly comprised of? Yeah, they got a fair mix. Let's start with Trundle. See, let's grab a Bramble and then throw Thornmail and get Visage. 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 I don't know. What does this do?
Has destroyed a turret.
Hmm. Would that be even good? Like, I mean, on like if you were a tank, you would build it. Oh yeah. Now I can just auto attack things. Oh, this poor. You had to flash that. Yeah, the enemy's just letting me walk up into them without damaging me. Oh, they surrendered.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
I didn't think they were doing that bad. Where are they? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break and come back with obviously something that is in league.